Chapter 1. The Hum of the Cage. The sun hammered the quarry. It beat down on the limestone, turning the air into a shimmering film of heat that distorted the edges of the world. Cole Matthijs drove the pickaxe into a fissure, his muscles coiling and releasing in a rhythm honed by 612 days of the same motion. The shock of the impact traveled up the hickory handle, a familiar judder in his bones. Salt crusted his eyebrows and stung the cut on his forearm. He ignored it. He ignored the shouts of the other prisoners, the bored cadence of the guards on the catwalks, and the incessant, oppressive hum of the electrified perimeter fence. The hum was the island's heartbeat. Chip swing, chip. The world shrank to this small, violent act. Break the rock, fill the cart, survive the day. A shadow fell over him, offering a moment of relief from the glare. Cole did not stop his work. He knew the shape of the shadow, the scent of antiseptic soap and authority. Matthijs. Captain Marcus Holt's voice was like gravel grinding under a boot. Your quota is low. Cole swung the pick again, dislodging a slab of white rock that clattered near Holt's polished boots. He straightened his body, wiping a smear of sweat and dust from his face with the back of his hand. His eyes met Holt's. They were flat, gray things, the eyes of a man who measured life in spreadsheets and security protocols. The rock is hard today, Captain, Cole said. His voice was a dry rasp. The rock is always hard, Holt countered, unmoved. He held a data slate, its screen reflecting Cole's grim face. The project requires consistency. You were selected for your consistency. Your profile suggests a high tolerance for repetitive stress and environmental hostility. Do not deviate from the profile. Cole gripped the pickaxe, his knuckles white. The phrase your profile suggests was the island's mantra, the justification for every cruelty. He was no longer a man. He was a data set, a collection of projected outcomes. A control subject. He grunted, a sound that could mean anything, and turned his attention to the rock face. Holt remained for another moment, his presence a weight on the air. Dr. Soren requests a sample from this quadrant. Vein 7. Bag it separately. Do not contaminate it. Without another word, the shadow moved on. Cole watched him go, a straight-backed figure of absolute certainty marching through a world of broken men. He located Vein 7, a darker gray streak running through the limestone. He chipped away at it carefully, collecting the shards in a canvas bag as instructed. He had no idea what Soren wanted with the rock. He did not care. Speculation was a luxury, a waste of energy better spent on breathing. He finished his quota as the horn blared, signaling the end of the work shift. The prisoners formed a shuffling, silent line, their faces blank masks of exhaustion. They were marched from the quarry, past the watchtowers where guards stood like statues with rifles, and toward the concrete monolith of the main cell block. Block B home. The hum of the fence grew louder here, a constant, high-frequency thrum that vibrated in his teeth. It was a promise and a threat. It kept the world out and them in. In the sterile chill of the genetics lab, Dr. Lena Soren stared at a screen that displayed a spiraling strand of impossible life. It was beautiful, a perfect, symmetrical helix woven from the genetic code of a man and a wolf. It was elegant. It was an abomination. She swiped a hand across the screen, replacing the helix with a live video feed. Cell 2A17. Zane. He sat on the edge of his cot, his powerful body still, his head cocked as if listening to a sound only he could perceive. His file described him as a career criminal, a predator long before Soren's science had sharpened his teeth. Now he was something more. He was her greatest success. The thought left a bitter, metallic taste in her mouth. A notification blinked in the corner of her monitor. Sample 7B limestone acquired. She dismissed it. The rock analysis was a tertiary project, a low-priority investigation into anomalous mineral compositions on the island. A distraction. Her true work, her true burden, was displayed on the screen next to Zane's. She pulled up another feed. Sublevel C, the menagerie. The camera quality was poor, the light dim. A shape barely human crouched in the corner of a padded cell. It was hunched and emaciated, its limbs bent at unnatural angles. Its long, gray fingers twitched, tracing patterns on the floor that no one could see. Subject 7, the Weaver, one of her first, one of her worst failures. A creature of pure instinct and terror, woven from the threads of a human mind and the DNA of an arachnid. A tremor went through her hand. She pressed her palm flat against the cold surface of her desk to still it. She had justified this work for years. National security. The next stage of human evolution. A necessary evil to create a soldier who could not be broken, who could not feel fear. She had recited the words until they lost all meaning. Now all she saw were the consequences. Zane, the perfected predator. Subject 7, the nightmare in the basement. And Cole Mathies, the control subject. The piece of pure, unaltered humanity she was using as a benchmark for her monsters. The man in the quarry, breaking rocks under the sun, was her last link to the person she was before she started playing God. The lights in the lab flickered, once, twice. Soren frowned, looking up at the long fluorescent panel. The island had its own geothermal power source. It was failsafe. It never faltered. A voice crackled over the lab's intercom, distorted by static. It was one of Holt's guards from Central Command. Repeat, we have a cascading power failure originating in the geothermal core. All systems are. The voice cut out. The hum that had been the background noise of Soren's life for 5 years vanished. The silence that replaced it was vast, profound, and terrifying. It was the sound of a cage door swinging open. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then, the emergency power kicked in. The lab was bathed in a sickly red glow from the backup strips along the floor and ceiling. And from deep below her, from the direction of sublevel C, she heard a sound she had only ever heard through speakers. It was the shriek of a heavy steel bolt being drawn back. Then another and another. A new alarm began to blare, not the controlled sound of a drill, but a frantic, high-pitched scream of pure electronic panic. It was the containment alarm, the one they had all prayed they would never hear. Soren scrambled from her chair, her heart a frantic drum against her ribs. She slapped a button on her console, trying to access the security feeds. Most were dead, showing only static. But one was still active. The main corridor of sublevel C. The camera showed a row of heavy, reinforced doors, all of them standing wide open. Nothing emerged for a second. Then, a long, pale arm, its joints bending the wrong way, snaked out of one of the cells. A second arm followed. The weaver pulled itself into the corridor, its naked, gray form a calligraphy of horror under the red emergency lights. It stood, its head tilting, and from its throat came a low, chittering sound, a noise of ancient hunger and newfound freedom. Soren stumbled away from the console, a strangled gasp escaping her lips. It was real. It was out. She had seen the simulations, the projections of what a containment breach would entail. None of them had captured the sheer, stomach-turning reality of this moment. The lab door was sealed by a magnetic lock, now dead. She was trapped. Her eyes darted around the room, searching for something, anything. Her gaze fell on a heavy-duty fire extinguisher mounted to the wall. It was useless against the things she had made. Then she heard another sound, closer this time. It was the sound of screaming, human screaming. It came from the direction of the cell blocks. When the power died, Cole was in the mess hall. The cavernous room plunged into absolute blackness. The chatter of 100 men died instantly. For a single, suspended heartbeat, there was only the sound of breathing. Then, the red emergency lights flickered on. The room, moments ago a familiar space, was transformed into a vision of hell. The faces of the inmates around him were demonic masks, their eyes wide and white in the crimson gloom. A deep mechanical groan echoed through the building, the sound of the cell block's master lock disengaging. A ripple of confusion passed through the prisoners. Then, a single, sharp scream cut through the tension. It came from the direction of the kitchens. It was not a scream of anger or pain. It was a scream of utter, animal terror. Chaos erupted. Men surged to their feet, shouting, knocking over tables. The few guards in the room drew their batons, their faces tight with alarm. "Maintain order," a guard bellowed, his voice tight. "Return to your—" He never finished the sentence. Something burst through the kitchen doors. It was a man, or it had been. He was a prisoner from the kitchen detail, his white uniform soaked in blood. His eyes were wild, unseeing. He clawed at his own face, tearing furrows in his skin. "It's in the walls! It's in the walls!" He shrieked before collapsing, his body twitching on the floor. Cole did not wait to see what followed. He moved not with the panicked herd, but against it. While the other prisoners scrambled for the exits or stood frozen in fear, he slid over a table, his eyes scanning the room. He needed a weapon. He needed an exit that was not a choke point. The guards were overwhelmed, trying to form a line near the main doors. A fatal mistake. Cole saw a flash of movement near the ceiling vents. A shadow detached itself from the darkness. It was long and thin, and it moved with a horrifying, insect-like speed. It dropped onto the back of a guard, and the man went down with a wet, crunching sound. Cole snatched a heavy steel tray from a table. It was clumsy, but it had an edge. He skirted the edge of the room, using the panic as cover. The main exit was a death trap. He headed for a service corridor he had noted weeks ago, one that led toward the laundry facilities. He was almost there when another creature emerged from the kitchen. This one was huge, a shambling hulk of flesh and muscle that ran on all fours with a loping, unnatural gait. Its skin was leathery and gray, and its head was a solid mass of bone, like a battering ram. The breaker. Subject 9 from the files he had once glimpsed. It paid the prisoners no mind. It charged straight for the guarded exit, its purpose clear. It slammed into the guards' line with the force of a truck. Men were thrown through the air like dolls. The way out was clear. The prisoners surged toward the opening, a tide of screaming desperation. Cole turned and ran down the service corridor. He preferred the unknown to being trampled in a stampede. The corridor was narrow and lit by the same hellish red lights. The air was colder here. He could hear sounds from the other side of the walls, shrieks, wet tearing noises, and a low, guttural chittering that made the hairs on his arms stand up. The island was no longer a prison. It had become a hunting ground, and the hum of the cage had been replaced by the screams of the prey. Chapter 2: The Unlocked Door. The service corridor stank of bleach and damp concrete. Cole moved through it with a deliberate economy of motion, the heavy steel tray held tight in his grip. His heart hammered a steady, frantic rhythm against his ribs, a drumbeat of pure adrenaline. His senses were on fire. Every drip of water from a leaky pipe, every scrape of his boots on the gritty floor, every distant, truncated scream was magnified into a threat. His years in special forces had taught him how to operate in hostile territory, but this was different. The enemy here was not human. It did not follow rules of engagement. It did not have objectives beyond slaughter. He reached an intersection. To his left, the corridor continued into darkness. To his right, a heavy steel door marked laundry services. He could hear a low, rhythmic thumping from behind it. It sounded mechanical, safe. He tried the handle, locked, of course. He scanned the door frame, his fingers probing the edges. The lock was electronic, a maglock just like the one on his cell, useless without power. But there was a manual override, a small keyhole set in a steel plate, a guard's key. He did not have one. The chittering sound from the main block was getting closer. It was a high-frequency, clicking noise, like 1,000 insects rubbing their legs together. It scraped at the edges of his hearing, making his teeth ache. He had to get through the door. He knelt, examining the plate. It was secured with 4 hex bolts. He pulled a spoon from his pocket, one he had sharpened to a fine edge on the concrete floor of his cell, a shiv. A pathetic tool against the monsters roaming the halls, but perfect for this. He wedged the sharpened tip into one of the hex sockets. It was a tight fit. He twisted. The metal of the spoon groaned in protest. His knuckles were white with the strain. With a final, grunting effort, the bolt turned. 1 down, 3 to go. The chittering was just outside the corridor now. It was accompanied by a wet, dragging sound. Cole worked faster, his breath hissing between his teeth. The second bolt gave way. The third was rusted and fought him, the spoon's edge beginning to deform. He put his weight into it, his shoulder screaming in protest. It scraped loose. He was working on the final bolt when a shadow fell across the corridor's entrance. Cole froze. He did not look up. He remained perfectly still, a predator's instinct screaming at him not to draw attention. The wet, dragging sound stopped. The chittering ceased. There was only silence, thick and watchful. Slowly, Cole raised his head. It was crouched in the entrance, its form a grotesque silhouette against the red glow of the mess hall. It was vaguely humanoid, but its limbs were too long, its back hunched. It crawled on all fours, its head swiveling, sniffing the air. A carcass crawler. Its skin was patchy and scabrous, its eyes small black beads that reflected no light. A long, lolling tongue dripped saliva onto the floor. It hadn't seen him yet. It was sniffing at the spot where a fleeing prisoner had slipped and fallen, leaving a smear of blood on the concrete. Cole lowered his head again, his movements so slow they were almost imperceptible. He fitted the spoon into the last bolt. His hands were slick with sweat. He began to turn it. The metal made a tiny, high-pitched squeak. The creature's head snapped up. Its black eyes locked onto him. It let out a low growl, a sound that rumbled in its chest. It pushed itself up, its long claws scraping against the floor. It was going to charge. Cole abandoned the bolt. He kicked backward, scrambling away from the door as the carcass crawler lunged. It was faster than it looked. Its claws scrabbled for purchase where his head had been moments before. He swung the steel tray in a wide arc, smashing it into the side of the creature's head. The impact sent a painful shock up his arm. The creature yelped, a sound like a kicked dog, and stumbled sideways. It gave him the opening he needed. He launched himself at the door, his shoulder slamming into the weakened lock plate. The plate buckled. The door flew open. He tumbled inside into the laundry room and kicked the door shut behind him. He fumbled for a lock, a bolt, anything. There was nothing on his side. He looked around the room in a panic. It was a large, industrial space filled with massive washing machines and dryers. The thumping he had heard was one of the dryers, still tumbling from its previous cycle. In the center of the room was a large, wheeled cart filled with dirty prison uniforms. The creature slammed against the other side of the door. The steel buckled inward. It slammed again, harder. A dent appeared. Cole grabbed the heavy laundry cart and shoved it against the door, wedging its wheels. It would not hold for long. He had to find another way out. He scanned the room. There was a large ventilation duct near the ceiling, its grill secured by 4 simple screws. It was his only option. He dragged a heavy-duty folding table under it and climbed on top. He used the spoon again, his hands working with frantic speed. The door shuddered under another impact. The metal began to tear at the hinges. The first screw came loose. He dropped it. It clattered on the floor. The second one was easier. The third resisted. He could hear the creature on the other side, its growls growing louder, more frenzied. It was tearing at the door now, its claws screeching against the metal. The fourth screw came free. The grill fell away, landing with a clang. Cole pulled himself up into the vent. It was a tight squeeze, the metal cold and dusty against his skin. It was pitch black inside. He began to crawl forward, moving on his elbows and knees, away from the sounds of the dying prison. He did not know where the vent led. He only knew it led away from the thing behind the door. He heard a final, tremendous crash from the laundry room as the door gave way, followed by the enraged roar of the carcass crawler. Then he heard another sound, a high-pitched, chittering shriek that cut the creature's roar short. A wet, tearing noise followed. Then silence. Something else was in the laundry room now. Something that had just killed the carcass crawler. A new wave of cold dread washed over Cole. He crawled faster. the sound of his own ragged breathing filling the claustrophobic darkness of the vent. Javier Reyes was going to die. The thought was a calm, simple fact in the midst of the chaos. He was 19 years old. He had been a guard on Isla Perdita for 27 days. He was crouched behind an overturned gurney in the infirmary's main ward, clutching his stun baton so tightly his knuckles were white. His partner, a veteran guard named O'Malley, lay in a heap 10 feet away, his throat torn out. It had happened so fast. They had been trying to secure the infirmary to protect the medical staff when the things had come, not from the halls but from within. A prisoner in the secure ward, a man who had been catatonic for a year, had suddenly stood up, his back arching, his bones snapping and reforming under his skin. He had transformed into one of the long-limbed horrors, a shrieker. It had killed O'Malley before Javier could even raise his weapon. Now it was clinging to the ceiling, a spider made of human flesh, its head twitching back and forth. It made a series of soft, clicking sounds, a form of echolocation that bounced off the tiled walls. Javier held his breath. He knew if he made a sound, it would find him. The infirmary doors burst open. Not another monster, but a woman. Javier recognized her. Dr. Sorin, the head of the science division. She looked terrified, her lab coat torn, a fire extinguisher clutched in her hands like a weapon. "Get down," Javier hissed, his voice a strained whisper. Sorin saw him, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and relief. She dropped to a crouch, scrambling behind the gurney next to him. The shrieker on the ceiling let out a piercing cry, its head snapping toward the sound of her arrival. "What was that?" she whispered, her voice trembling. "Phase 1, Javier breathed, his training kicking in despite his terror. "Auditory hunter, don't make a sound." They crouched together in silence, listening to the creature's clicks and the frantic beating of their own hearts. Javier risked a peek over the gurney. The shrieker was crawling slowly along the ceiling, its sightless eyes fixed on the spot where Sorin had entered. "Its hearing is its only primary sense," Sorin whispered, her voice barely audible. "But it's incredibly sensitive. It can hear a heartbeat at 50 yards. Javier looked at her, his fear momentarily replaced by confusion. "How do you know that?" Soren's face was a mask of anguish in the dim red light. "Because I designed it." The confession hung in the air between them, more shocking than the creature on the ceiling. Before Javier could process it, the shrieker shrieked again, a sound that vibrated through the floor. It had pinpointed their location. It dropped from the ceiling, its talons extended, aiming directly for their hiding spot. Chapter 3: Schematics of Fear. There was no time to think. As the shrieker fell, a predator descending on its prey, Cole Matthijs dropped from the ventilation shaft above. He landed with a heavy thud on a metal supply cabinet, the impact jarring his teeth. The cabinet buckled under his weight but held. He had been crawling through the dark, following the faint sounds of human voices, hopping for survivors, not another monster. His sudden appearance created a critical diversion. The shrieker, its descent momentarily disrupted by the new sound and motion, twisted in midair. Its sightless face, a smooth plane of flesh with a gaping, circular mouth, turned toward Cole. It let out an ear-splitting shriek of confused rage. Javier seized the opportunity. He lunged from behind the gurney, his stun baton held like a spear. He rammed the electrified tip into the creature's side. The shrieker convulsed, a high-voltage current coursing through its unnatural biology. It thrashed wildly, its long, razor-sharp talons scraping deep gouges in the tiled floor. The smell of ozone and burnt flesh filled the air. Cole vaulted from the cabinet, landing in a crouch. He saw the scene in an instant, the young guard, the terrified doctor, the spasming creature. He moved to flank it, the steel tray from the mess hall held ready. The shrieker threw Javier off, sending the young guard sprawling. It turned its attention back to Cole, its primary threat. It opened its mouth and emitted another sonic blast, a focused wave of sound that hit Cole like a physical blow. The air shimmered. A sharp pain lanced through his ears and the world tilted violently. He staggered, dropping to one knee, the steel tray clattering to the floor. Before the creature could capitalize, Dr. Soren acted. She scrambled from her hiding place, not away from the monster, but toward a medical console on the wall. Her fingers flew across the keypad, her face illuminated by its glow. "The auditory nerves are unprotected," she yelled, her voice strained against the ringing in her own ears. "Overload them." The shrieker lunged at Cole. He threw himself sideways, its talons missing his throat by inches. He scrambled away, trying to clear his head, the world still a dizzying mess. Javier was back on his feet. He understood Soren's command. He charged the creature again, but this time he didn't aim for its body. He jammed the sparking tip of his baton directly into the side of the creature's head, right near the large, fleshy orifice that served as its ear. The effect was instantaneous and horrific. The shrieker went rigid. Its sonic shriek turned into a continuous, high-frequency scream that climbed in pitch beyond the range of human hearing. The fluorescent lights above them flickered and burst, showering the room in a rain of glass. The creature's body vibrated violently, and a thin trickle of black fluid ran from its mouth and ears. With a final, silent convulsion, it collapsed, its limbs twitching before falling still. Silence returned to the infirmary, broken only by the ragged gasps of the three survivors and the distant, chaotic sounds of the island tearing itself apart. Javier stared at the dead creature, his chest heaving. He then looked at Soren, his expression a mixture of awe and accusation. "You designed it," he repeated, the words flat. Soren nodded, not meeting his gaze. She leaned against the console, her body trembling. "Yes." Cole pushed himself to his feet, his balance slowly returning. The pain in his ears was receding to a dull ache. He picked up the steel tray, his knuckles white. He looked from the dead monster to the doctor. His eyes were cold, hard chips of flint. "You," he said, his voice low and dangerous. "You're the one who runs this zoo." "My name is Dr. Soren," she said, finally looking at him. Her eyes were filled with a terrible, soul-deep exhaustion. "And yes, this was my project." "Project Chimera," Cole said. It wasn't a question. He'd heard the whispers, seen the inmates who were taken to the medical wing and never came back or came back. Different. "You know the name," Soren said, surprised. "I know enough," Cole growled. "I know you people turned this prison into a laboratory, and now your lab rats are running the asylum." Javier took a hesitant step toward Cole, his baton held ready. "He's an inmate, Matthijs from Block B." "I'm aware," Soren said, her eyes still locked on Cole. "Cole Matthijs, former Special Forces, unjustly convicted. You're our control group, the baseline for what a human is supposed to be." Her voice broke on the last words, a bitter laugh catching in her throat. "A quaint concept now, wouldn't you agree?" Cole took a step closer to her, his shadow falling over her. "Where is Holt? Where is the warden?" "I don't know. I assume they're dead," she said, her voice regaining some of its clinical detachment. "The initial breach came from sub-level C, the Phase 1 subjects. There, unstructured, pure aggression. The creature you just fought was a scout. There are worse things in the halls." "Phase 1, Javier asked, his face pale. "What about Phase 2? Soren's gaze flickered with a new kind of fear. "Phase 2 are the successes. They're stronger, faster, and smarter. And their cells were unlocked too. If they organize, they will be a much greater threat than the monsters." She pushed off the console, a new urgency in her movements. "The central command tower, we have to get there. It has reinforced blast doors and its own independent power source. If we can reach it, we can seal ourselves in, maybe even send a distress signal." Cole let out a harsh laugh. "You think you can just walk to the command tower? The island is a war zone. Your pets are fighting over the scraps." "I have the schematics," Soren said, tapping the console. A holographic map of the facility flickered into existence between them, a blue gridwork of corridors and rooms. "Not just the official schematics, the real ones. I know the maintenance tunnels, the emergency access shafts, the routes that aren't on any public map." Javier looked at Cole, then at Soren. He was a guard. She was a scientist. Cole was a prisoner. The lines that had defined their existence an hour ago were now meaningless. They were just three people in a room with a dead monster, surrounded by hundreds more. "The tower is our only chance," Javier said, his voice finding a sliver of resolve. "She's right." Cole studied the holographic map. His tactical mind took over, overriding the anger. He saw the layout, the potential choke points, the blind corners. Soren was right. A direct route was suicide, but the maintenance tunnels, that was a possibility. "Show me the path," he said to Soren, his tone all business. Soren manipulated the map, highlighting a route in red. It wound through service corridors, a steam pipe conduit, and a section of the old, decommissioned East Wing. "It's not safe," she warned. "It's just less dangerous. But there are sections that are completely dark, and I don't know what might have crawled in there by now." As if on cue, a sound echoed from the corridor outside the infirmary. It was not a shriek or a roar. It was a soft, rhythmic, and utterly alien sound. A sound like thick, wet silk being pulled from a spool. Cole moved to the infirmary door and peered through the small, reinforced window. The corridor was empty, but the walls were changing. Thick, white strands of some organic material were being extruded from a ceiling vent. They crisscrossed the hallway, forming the beginnings of a massive, intricate web. The strands glistened wetly in the red emergency light. Soren came up behind him and looked. A choked sound escaped her throat. "Oh no." "What is it?" Javier asked, joining them at the window. The Weaver, Soren whispered, her face ashen. Subject 7, it's making a nest. She backed away from the door, her eyes wide with a primal terror that eclipsed anything she had shown before. It's a trapper. It's patient. We can't go that way. We can't go anywhere near it. Cole stared at the slowly growing web. The strands were thick as his thumb and seemed to harden as they were exposed to the air. One of the strands was being pulled taut, anchoring itself to the opposite wall. It vibrated slightly, and he realized with a jolt of cold dread that it wasn't just a building material. It was a tripwire, a signal thread. The Weaver was not just a monster, it was a hunter, and it had just claimed the entire central block as its territory. Their path to the command tower was cut off before they had even taken their first step. Chapter 4: The New Apex. The armory door was a slab of reinforced steel, its electronic lock blinking a dead, mocking red. Zane did not bother with the override panel. He took a step back, his bare feet planting firmly on the concrete floor. His body was a road map of prison tattoos and knotted muscle, but beneath the skin, something new was awake and singing. He could feel it, a low thrum of power that coiled in his sinews. He inhaled, a deep, slow breath that drew the scent of blood and fear from the air. His senses were sharp, polished to a fine edge. He could distinguish the metallic tang of human blood from the alien musk of the Phase 1 creatures. He could hear the frantic patter of a rat's heart in the walls 50 feet away. The chaos that had sent the other inmates into a screaming panic felt like a homecoming to him. The world had finally become as savage as he had always known it to be. "It's sealed, Zane," Quint said, his voice a low hiss. Quint was a thin, wiry man who seemed to flow rather than walk. He clung to the shadows at the edge of the corridor, his skin already taking on the grayish hue of the concrete behind him. "The mag lock is dead. We can't get in." Zane smiled, a slow predator's smile that did not reach his eyes. Every cage has a key, or a weakness. He ran a hand over the steel door, his fingertips tracing the seam. He could feel the faint vibrations from within, the hum of the emergency power systems for the weapons racks. He turned to the 3 other Phase 2 inmates who had gravitated toward him in the chaos. Quint, the Shadow. Lazar, a broad-shouldered man with slick, pale skin who was examining a deep gash on his arm with more curiosity than concern. And Maya, a compact, powerfully built woman who stood with her arms crossed, her expression unreadable. "Lazar," Zane said, his voice a low command. "Your turn." Lazar grinned, a flash of white teeth. The gash on his arm was already closing, the flesh knitting itself together in a pale, puckered seam. His regenerative abilities had made him fearless to the point of foolishness. He stepped up to the door and slammed his shoulder against it. A dull thud echoed in the hall. The door did not budge. "It's solid," Lazar grunted, rubbing his shoulder. "Not your shoulder," Zane said, his patience thinning. "Your hands." He pointed to a small panel on the wall next to the door. The manual release mechanism, housed behind a thick plate of steel. Lazar's grin widened. He understood. He placed his hands on the plate and pushed. Nothing happened. "Harder," Zane ordered. "Break the seal. Break your bones if you have to. They'll grow back." Lazar gritted his teeth, a low growl rumbling in his chest. He pushed, his muscles bunching, the veins in his neck standing out like cords. The steel plate began to creak, to deform under the impossible pressure. There was a sickening series of snaps as the bones in Lazar's forearms and wrists gave way. He roared, a sound of agony and effort, and gave one final, desperate shove. With a screech of tearing metal, the plate ripped free from the wall, revealing a simple, heavy lever. Lazar stumbled back, clutching his mangled arms, his face pale with sweat. The broken ends of his bones were already beginning to fuse, to mend. Zane stepped past him and gripped the lever. He pulled it down. With a hiss of depressurizing air and the groan of heavy tumblers, the armory door slid open. The air that wafted out was cool and smelled of gun oil and potential. The room was lined with weapons racks. Assault rifles, shotguns, sidearms, ammunition. A kingdom waiting for a king. "Gentlemen," Zane said, his voice resonating in the sudden quiet. He looked at Maya. "And lady, welcome to the New World Order." Quint was the first one in, a shadow detaching itself from the wall. He moved directly to a rack of combat knives, his long fingers caressing the hilt of a K-bar. Lazar, his arms already regaining their shape, went for the biggest shotgun he could find, cradling it like a long-lost child. Maya, however, remained in the doorway, her arms still crossed. "And what is this new world order, Zane?" she asked, her voice calm and even. "We kill the guards, we kill the monsters, and then what? We kill each other for scraps on this rock." Zane turned to face her. He picked up an assault rifle, its weight familiar and comforting in his hands. He checked the magazine, the motion fluid and practiced. "This rock," he said, his voice soft, "is the perfect crucible. The weak have been culled. The guards, the baseline humans, they are prey. The Phase 1 abominations, they are a pestilence to be cleansed. What is left? Us, the strong, the next step." He walked toward her, the rifle held loosely at his side. "We don't just survive this, Maya, we conquer it. We take the command tower, we access the labs. Dr. Soren has the data to make more of us. Better versions. This island isn't a prison anymore. It's our sanctuary, our breeding ground." Maya's eyes narrowed. Her skin, where her shirt was torn at the shoulder, had a faint, iridescent sheen like mother of pearl. "You want to create more monsters." "I want to create more gods," Zane corrected her. "Humanity is a failed experiment. We are the cure." He stopped in front of her, his presence intense, charismatic. "You have a choice. You can be a queen in the world to come, or you can be another fossil buried in the limestone. Stand with me. Be strong." Quint and Lazar watched from the armory, their new weapons held ready. They were waiting for her answer. They were waiting for Zane's command. Before Maya could respond, a voice crackled from a radio on the armory's main desk. It was weak and distorted by static. "Halt to any surviving staff. Respond. Command tower is compromised. I repeat, the warden is down. Command is compromised. We are falling back to the West Wing generator room. Cerberus protocol has been initiated. Sunrise. God help us all." The transmission dissolved into static. Zane's smile faded. "Cerberus protocol," he breathed, the words like ice. "What is that?" Quint asked, emerging from the shadows. Zane looked at the weapons lining the walls, then at his small group of followers. His plan had just been given a deadline. "It's the island's self-destruct sequence," he said, his voice grim. "The old world trying to burn the new one in its cradle. At sunrise, a thermobaric charge in the geothermal core will detonate. It will turn this entire island into glass." He looked at the faces of his new pack, his eyes burning with a fierce, defiant light. "They will not erase us," he snarled. "We have work to do. We take the command tower. We find a way to stop that clock. Now." Maya looked from Zane's determined face to the open armory door, where the sounds of distant screams still echoed. Her choice had been made for her. On this island there was no neutrality. There was only the predator and the prey. She uncrossed her arms and walked into the armory, picking up a compact submachine gun from the rack. Her place, for now, was with the predators. Chapter 5. Between Fang and Dogma. The steam pipe conduit was a circular tunnel of rust and rivets, barely wide enough for a man to crawl through. The air was hot and thick with the metallic smell of decay. It was a throat leading into the guts of the island. Cole led the way, his movements sure and silent in the suffocating darkness. The only light came from the small tactical flashlight Javier had taken from his dead partner's belt. Its beam cut a nervous, trembling circle in the oppressive black. Behind him, Javier crawled, his breathing shallow and quick. He kept glancing over his shoulder as if expecting something to come crawling out of the darkness behind them. Behind Javier was Dr. Soren. She was not a soldier or a guard. The crawl was difficult for her. Her lab coat was snagged on a piece of rusted metal, and she had to tear it free. The sound was loud in the confined space. "Keep the noise down," Cole hissed over his shoulder, his voice a low growl. "I'm trying," she snapped back, her voice strained. "This wasn't part of my job description." "Making monsters wasn't either, but here we are," Cole retorted. He felt a grim satisfaction at her discomfort. They crawled in silence for what felt like an eternity. The only sound was the scuff of their clothes against the metal and the distant, rhythmic clanking of some piece of forgotten machinery. The heat was becoming unbearable. Sweat dripped from Cole's chin, spattering on the rusted floor of the pipe. "How much further?" Javier asked, his voice tight with anxiety. "According to the schematics, this conduit should open into a maintenance junction beneath the west wing," Soren replied. Her voice was steadier now, her fear giving way to a clinical focus on the task at hand. "From there, we can access a service elevator that goes straight to the command tower's sublevel." "If it has power," Cole grunted. "It's on a separate grid, connected to the tower's backup generator," she confirmed. "It should be operational." They reached a junction where the pipe split. Soren consulted a small, handheld data slate she had grabbed from the infirmary, its screen providing a faint, ghostly light. "Left," she said. "The right branch vents into the primary sewer line. We don't want to go there." As they took the left path, a new sound reached them. It was faint at first, a low, guttural growl that vibrated through the metal of the pipe. Cole stopped, holding up a hand for silence. He switched off Javier's flashlight. They were plunged into absolute, terrifying darkness. The growling grew louder. It was coming from ahead of them. It was not the sound of a single creature, but several. It was accompanied by the wet, crunching sound of something being eaten. Cole pressed his ear against the cold metal of the pipe. He could feel the vibrations more clearly now. It was a pack. They were in the maintenance junction, right where they needed to go, and they were feeding. Soren's breath hitched behind him. "Carcass scrawlers," she whispered, her voice barely a tremor. "They're scavengers, territorial." "Can we go back?" Javier asked, his voice shaking. "Back to the weaver's nest?" "No," Cole said, his voice flat. "We go forward." "We can't fight a pack of them," Javier protested. "We won't," Cole said. He switched the flashlight back on, keeping the beam pointed at the floor. He crawled forward another 20 feet until he reached a small, grated opening in the side of the pipe. It looked down into the maintenance junction. He peered through. The junction was a large, circular room filled with humming machinery and thick cables. The source of the growling was immediately apparent. A pack of 5 carcass crawlers was gathered in the center of the room, tearing apart the corpse of a breaker, the massive brute Cole had seen in the mess hall. The creatures were frenzied, ripping off chunks of flesh and swallowing them whole, their low growls a chorus of savage hunger. They were completely blocking the path to the service elevator, on the far side of the room. "There's too many of them," Javier whispered from behind him. Cole ignored him. He was studying the room. His eyes traced the layout, the machinery, the thick power cables running along the ceiling. An idea, desperate and dangerous, began to form in his mind. "Soren," he said, his voice low, "the cables on the ceiling, what do they power?" Soren crawled up beside him and looked through the grate. That's the main power conduit from the geothermal core to the West Wing cell blocks. It's carrying a massive electrical load. Or it was before the failure. "Is it dead?" Cole asked. "The core failed, but that doesn't mean the lines are discharged," she said, thinking. "There could be a huge amount of residual energy stored in the capacitors. Why?" Cole pointed with his chin. Below the thickest cable, a puddle of water had formed from a leaking coolant pipe. The puddle extended across the concrete floor, almost reaching the spot where the carcass scrawlers were feeding. "If that cable was severed," Cole said, "and it fell into that water." Soren's eyes widened as she understood. The discharge would electrify the entire floor. It would fry anything standing in that water. Her clinical mind saw the logic, but her face was pale. "But the arc flash, it could be massive. It could destroy the junction systems. It could kill us." "It's a risk," Cole admitted, "but it's better than being torn apart by those things." He looked at Javier. "Give me your sidearm." Javier hesitated. His pistol was his only real weapon, his only symbol of authority. He looked at the feeding pack below, then at Cole's hard, determined face. He unholstered the weapon and handed it to Cole. Cole checked the magazine. 7 rounds. He would have one shot at this. He positioned the barrel of the pistol in an opening in the grate, aiming for the spot where the thick power cable was anchored to the ceiling by a ceramic insulator. A difficult shot in the best of conditions. In the dark, with his hands slick with sweat, it was nearly impossible. He took a slow, deep breath, letting it out halfway. He remembered his training. Control the breathing. Squeeze the trigger, don't pull. The world narrowed to the front sight of the pistol and the small, white ceramic target. He fired. The sound of the shot was deafening in the confined pipe. The bullet sparked off the metal anchor. For a heart-stopping second, nothing happened. Then, with a groan of stressed metal, the anchor shattered. The heavy power cable, thick as a man's arm, whipped free. It fell like a dead serpent, landing with a tremendous splash in the center of the puddle. The result was spectacular and terrifying. A brilliant blue-white light filled the junction, and a sound like a thunderclap shook the entire structure. The air crackled with energy. A massive electrical arc, a miniature bolt of lightning, erupted from the cable, turning the water on the floor into a boiling, electrified death trap. The carcass crawlers shrieked, their bodies convulsing violently as thousands of volts surged through them. The smell of burnt hair and cooked meat filled the air. Within seconds, the 5 creatures were smoking, twitching heaps on the floor. The arc died, plunging the room into darkness again, save for the sparks still dancing from the end of the severed cable. It worked, Javier breathed, a note of disbelief in his voice. "Let's move," Cole said, handing the pistol back to Javier, "before something else comes to investigate the noise." They crawled to the end of the pipe and dropped into the junction. The air was thick with the smell of ozone. They carefully skirted the edge of the room, avoiding the still sparking cable and the blackened bodies of the creatures. They reached the service elevator. The call button was dark. "I thought you said it had power," Cole said, his voice dangerously low. "It should," Soren insisted, her voice trembling. "The arc flash must have triggered its emergency breaker." She ran her hands along the wall next to the elevator, finding a small, recessed panel. "The reset should be in here." She pried the panel open. Inside was a simple, heavy-duty switch. She flipped it. The elevator's call button lit up with a soft, welcoming green light. Cole pressed the button. A low hum came from the elevator shaft, and with a soft ding the doors slid open. Inside, the lights were on. It was a small, steel box, but it was the safest place they had been since the power failed. They stepped inside. Cole pressed the button for the command tower sub-level. The doors slid shut, sealing them in. The elevator began its smooth ascent. For the first time in hours, they could breathe. Javier slid down the wall, his head in his hands. Soren leaned against the railing, her eyes closed. Cole stood, watching the floor numbers climb, his mind already working on the next problem. The elevator shuddered to a halt. The doors did not open. The lights flickered and went out, replaced by the familiar red glow of the emergency system. A voice, calm and controlled, came from a speaker in the elevator's ceiling. It was a voice Cole recognized. It was Zane. "Well, well," the voice said, tinged with a cold amusement. "A doctor, a guard, and our favorite control subject. I was wondering where you'd gotten to. It seems you found one of our private elevators. I'm afraid this ride is over. My associates are waiting for you outside. Please don't cause them any trouble. We have so much to discuss." The elevator gave a sudden jolt and then began to move again. Not up, but down. They were being taken into the heart of the enemy's territory. Chapter 6. The Terms of Engagement. The descent was unnervingly smooth. The red emergency light painted the inside of the elevator in shades of blood, casting long, dancing shadows that made the small space feel both claustrophobic and vast. Cole stood motionless, his body a coiled spring of readiness. He listened, not to the hum of the elevator but to the silence of the three people trapped inside. Javier's breathing was ragged, a panicked counterpoint to the steady mechanical glide. Dr. Soren was utterly still, her face a pale, grim mask. Her clinical detachment had shattered, replaced by the raw fear of a creator about to face her most dangerous creation. "He has the comms," Soren stated, her voice a flat whisper. "If he controls the elevators, he controls the tower." "He has more than that," Cole said, his voice low. He met Soren's eyes in the crimson gloom. "He has a plan. That wasn't a random speech. It was a declaration." The elevator slowed, its movement becoming a gentle crawl. A soft chime, grotesquely pleasant, announced their arrival. The doors slid open not onto a sub-level, but into the heart of the command tower's main operations floor. The scene was one of ordered chaos. The vast, circular room was dominated by a holographic display table, currently projecting a slowly rotating schematic of the island. Technicians and guards lay where they had fallen, some slumped over their consoles, others in heaps near the doorways. But they were not the focus. Zane stood in the center of the room next to the hollow table. He was not wearing a prison uniform but the black tactical gear of a dead guard. An assault rifle was slung casually over his shoulder. He looked like he belonged there. He looked like a king on his throne. Flanking the elevator doors were two of his lieutenants. On the left was Lazar, his arms no longer mangled but fully healed, a heavy shotgun held at the ready. His grin was wide and unsettling. On the right stood Maya, her face impassive. She held her submachine gun with a professional's ease, its muzzle pointed not at the elevator but at the floor. It was a subtle but clear distinction. She was present but perhaps not entirely committed. "Welcome," Zane said, his voice smooth and resonant in the cavernous room. "I apologize for the rude summons, but I find myself on a rather strict timetable." He gestured to the hollow table. "Cerberus protocol. A bit of a scorched earth policy, wouldn't you agree, Doctor?" Soren stepped out of the elevator, her chin held high. She would not show him fear. "It's a containment measure, Zane, to prevent a catastrophic failure from spreading." "A failure," Zane chuckled, a low, dangerous sound. He began to walk slowly around the hollow table, his movements fluid and predatory. "I see success. I see the next stage of evolution, finally unshackled. You gave us the tools to survive in a world of wolves. You shouldn't be surprised that we have no desire to return to the sheep pen." Cole and Javier stepped out of the elevator, positioning themselves on either side of Soren. Cole's hands were empty, but he stood as if he were armed, his eyes scanning the room, noting the exits, the positions of the other Phase 2s, the layout of the consoles. He was assessing the battlefield. "What do you want, Zane?" Cole asked, his voice cutting through the tension. Zane stopped his packing and turned his full attention to Cole. A flicker of something that might have been respect showed in his eyes. Cole Matthijs, the control subject, the perfect human, Look around you, Matthijs. Look at what your perfect humanity has accomplished. He swept a hand across the room, indicating the bodies. They were weak. They were unprepared. They clung to rules and protocols while the world burned around them. They are the past. We, he gestured to himself and his cohorts, are the future. He leaned against the hollow table, his tone becoming conversational, reasonable. It was more unnerving than if he had been shouting. I want what you want, Doctor. I want to stop that clock. The command to cancel the Cerberus protocol can only be given from this console. He tapped the master terminal. But it requires three things. A voice command from the acting warden, a position I am happy to fill, a security key card currently in the possession of the late Captain Holt, and a genetic authentication from the project's lead scientist. His eyes locked onto Soren. You, Doctor, you are the final key. You want me to help you? Soren asked, her voice incredulous. You want me to hand you control of this entire facility? I already have control, Zane stated simply. I am merely asking for your cooperation in ensuring our mutual survival. Help me stop the countdown. After that, we can discuss the terms of your employment in my new administration. The offer was obscene. It was a demand for her to sanction her own nightmare. And if I refuse? Soren asked. Zane's smile did not waver, but his eyes went cold. Then we all die. The monsters in the basement, your pet guards, the remaining prisoners, and us, all of us, turn to glass, but I will die as the alpha of my pack, having fought for my future. You will die as a footnote in a failed experiment, a victim of your own sentimentality. Your choice. The logic was brutal and inescapable. He had framed the choice not as one of good versus evil, but as life versus universal annihilation. Cole saw the conflict in Soren's face. He knew she was considering it. Survival was a powerful instinct. He had to intervene. Where is Holt? Cole asked, his voice sharp, drawing Zane's attention. You said he had the key card. Zane turned to him, a flicker of annoyance in his expression. Captain Holt proved resilient. He and a few of his men have barricaded themselves in the West Wing generator room. A foolish last stand. But yes, he has the card. I have my people working on flushing him out. A plan, desperate and thin as a razor's edge, began to form in Cole's mind. They needed a third option, something besides surrender or annihilation. They needed the key card. I'll get it for you, Cole said. The statement shocked everyone in the room. Javier stared at him, bewildered. Soren's eyes widened. Zane raised an eyebrow, intrigued. You, Zane said, the baseline human, you think you can succeed where my hunters have failed. Holt knows you. He won't just hand it over. He knows I'm a prisoner, Cole corrected. He'll see me as a potential asset or a hostage. It will get me in the door. I'm a better option than sending in your freaks of nature. He'll expect that. Zane considered it, stroking his chin. He was arrogant but not stupid. He saw the tactical merit in Cole's proposal. It was an unexpected move. This is an interesting development, Zane said. He looked at Maya. What do you think? Can we trust him? Maya, who had been silent until now, met Cole's gaze. Her expression was impossible to read. He's resourceful, she said, her voice a low alto. But he's not one of us. He'll be looking for an angle. Of course he will, Zane said with a laugh. That's what makes this entertaining. He turned back to Cole. All right, Matthijs, you have a deal. You bring me Holt's key card, but you won't go alone. He nodded to Maya. Maya will accompany you to ensure you remain focused on the objective. He then looked at Javier. Your friend the guard can stay here with us, as can the good doctor. A little insurance policy to guarantee your prompt return. It was a trap. Cole knew it. He would be trading one hostage situation for another, but it got him out of this room. It put him in motion, and in motion he had a chance. Out there in the chaos of the island he could find an angle. Fine, Cole said. Excellent, Zane smiled. He walked over to a weapons locker and pulled out a sidearm and 2 extra magazines. He tossed them to Cole. Cole caught them, the weight of the gun feeling both alien and familiar after so much time. And one more thing, Zane said, his tone hardening. You have 2 hours. When the countdown on that table reaches 90 minutes, my patience will have expired, and I will begin sending pieces of your friends to Captain Holt, just to motivate him. Cole holstered the weapon. He looked at Soren, a silent promise passing between them. I will be back. He then looked at Maya. Her face was a stone mask. She was his escort, his partner, his jailer. Let's go, Maya said, her voice devoid of emotion. She turned and strode toward the elevator, not waiting for a reply. Cole followed, the weight of the gun on his hip, a cold reminder of the deal he had just made with the devil. Chapter 7: An Alliance of Ghosts. The journey to the West Wing was a descent into a different kind of hell. The overt chaos of the initial outbreak had subsided, replaced by an eerie, watchful silence. The emergency lights cast long, distorted shadows down corridors that were now laced with the glistening, thick strands of the weaver's web. They were not in the main nest, but these were the outer threads, the tripwires of its vast territory. Maya moved with a liquid grace, her feet making no sound on the grimy floor. She pointed to the strands, her voice a low whisper. Don't touch them. It will know. Cole nodded, his eyes scanning every corner, every ceiling vent. He moved with a soldier's economy, the pistol held low and ready. They were a strange pair, a ghost and a hunter moving through a dying world. He did not trust her. He knew she was Zane's creature, loyal to her new alpha. But there was something in her demeanor, a quiet reserve that set her apart from the arrogant brutality of Lazar. Why are you doing this? Cole asked, his voice barely a murmur. Helping him. Maya did not look at him. Her eyes were fixed on the path ahead. Zane offers a future, survival. The alternative is extinction. He offers a cage, Cole countered. A different warden, a different set of rules. It's still a prison. This whole world is a prison, Matthijs, she whispered back, a flicker of emotion in her voice. Some of us just have sharper teeth. You should understand that. You were a soldier. You followed orders. You did what was necessary to survive. He had no answer to that. She was right. He had lived his life by a code, a set of rules handed down by men in clean uniforms. His reward had been a life sentence on this rock. They reached the entrance to the West Wing. It was a scene of a failed defense. Makeshift barricades of furniture and equipment had been tossed aside. The bodies of several guards and a few Phase 1 creatures lay tangled together, evidence of a fierce battle. The air was thick with the coppery scent of blood. A heavy steel door at the end of the hall was sealed tight. A small, jury-rigged camera was mounted above it, a red light glowing on its lens. They were being watched. "This is as far as I go," Maya said, melting back into the shadows of the corridor. "He won't open the door if he sees me. Get the card. Remember the deadline." She vanished from sight, her chameleon-like abilities making her one with the darkness. Cole was alone. He took a deep breath, holstered his weapon in plain sight, and raised his empty hands. He walked slowly toward the door. "Captain Holt," he shouted, his voice echoing in the dead silence. "My name is Cole Matthews. I'm an inmate. I'm unarmed. I need to talk to you." There was no response. The red light of the camera remained fixed on him. "I know you're in there, Captain," Cole continued, his voice steady. "I know you're alive. Zane sent me. He wants your key card." A speaker next to the door crackled to life. Holt's voice came through, strained and exhausted. "You think I'm stupid, Matthews. You're one of them now, one of his monsters." "I'm not one of anything," Cole said. "I'm a prisoner just like I was yesterday. He has Dr. Soren. He has one of your men. He's going to kill them if he doesn't get that card." A long silence followed. Cole could imagine the scene inside. Holt, wounded, surrounded by his last few loyal men, trying to decide if he could trust the voice on the other side of the door. "Prove you're alone," Holt's voice commanded. "Turn around slowly." Cole did as he was told, turning a full circle, his hands still raised. He knew Maya was out there, invisible, watching. He hoped she was as good as her reputation. "All right," Holt said. "The card is useless to me. The command tower is lost, but I'm not giving it to you. Not until I have something in return." "What do you want?" Cole asked. "I have 2 wounded men in here. They need medical supplies. The infirmary is overrun. But there's a first aid station in the West Wing guard post, 2 corridors down from your position. Bring me everything you can carry. Bandages, morphine, antibiotics. You bring me those supplies and I'll give you the card." It was a test. The guard post was deeper in hostile territory. Holt was sending him on a suicide mission to see if he was serious. "Fine," Cole said. "I'm on my way." The speaker crackled off. Cole turned and walked back down the corridor. Maya materialized from the shadows beside him. "A supply run," she said, her tone skeptical. "He's testing you." "I know," Cole said, "and Zane is testing me. Everyone on this island has a test." "This is a waste of time," Maya stated. "We should go back. Tell Zane that Holt refuses. Let him handle it his own way." "His way involves killing people," Cole said, turning to face her. "Is that what you want? You want to be his executioner?" A flicker of conflict crossed her face. The subdermal armor under her skin shimmered faintly. "I want to survive." "Then help me," Cole said, his voice intense. "We get the supplies, we get the card, we get back to the tower, and then we find an angle, an opportunity, you and me. We can stop him, we can save those people." He was offering her a different choice. Not just predator or prey. He was offering her a chance to be a protector. It was a gamble, a shot in the dark based on a flicker of hesitation he had seen in her eyes. She stared at him for a long moment, her face a battleground of competing instincts. Her loyalty to her pack, to the alpha who had promised her a future, versus the seed of doubt he had planted. "The guard post is that way," she said finally, pointing down a dark, web-strewn corridor. She did not agree to his plan, but she did not refuse it either. She had chosen to see how this played out. For Cole, it was enough. It was an opening. The guard post was a small, fortified room. Its door had been torn from its hinges. Inside, the place had been ransacked. Filing cabinets were overturned and papers were scattered everywhere. A dead guard lay behind the desk, his body covered in the black, inky patterns of a strange mold. "Grave mold," Maya whispered, her hand instinctively going to the hilt of her knife. "Don't breathe deep. The spores cause hallucinations." Cole held his breath, his eyes scanning the room. He spotted a large metal first aid kit on the wall. It was dented but intact. He grabbed it. It was heavy. As he turned to leave, a sound came from a small storage closet in the corner of the room. A soft, whimpering sound. Cole and Maya froze, exchanging a look. Cole handed the first aid kit to Maya and drew his pistol. He moved slowly toward the closet door, which was slightly ajar. He kicked it open and aimed his weapon inside. Huddled in the back of the closet was a child. A young girl, no older than 10, with wide, terrified eyes. She was wearing a simple gray uniform, and on a thin chain around her neck hung a small metal tag. It was stamped with a single designation: Asset 404. Soren's secret project, the Phase 3 subject, the telekinetic. Before Cole could say anything, the girl's eyes rolled back in her head. The metal shelves in the closet buckled and twisted, as if crushed by an invisible hand. The dead guard on the floor began to levitate, his limbs twitching like a puppet on a string. The air in the room grew heavy, crackling with an unseen energy. The girl was losing control, her fear manifesting as a storm of raw, psionic power. Chapter 8: The Asset and the Angel. The telekinetic storm hit them like a physical blow. The air thickened, pressing in on Cole, making it hard to breathe. The floating body of the dead guard spun slowly in the center of the room, a grotesque mobile. Loose papers swirled into a vortex, and the metal filing cabinets groaned, their drawers sliding open and slamming shut with violent force. Maya stumbled back, her hand flying to her head as if fighting off a psychic assault. Her tough, armored skin offered no defense against an enemy that attacked the mind. "What is this?" she hissed, her composure finally breaking. "It's the child," Cole yelled over the cacophony. He kept his pistol trained on the closet not as a threat but as a point of focus in the swirling chaos. "She's doing this. She's scared." The girl, Asset 404, was convulsing in the corner, her small body shaking uncontrollably. A thin trickle of blood ran from her nose. Her power was a wild, untamed thing, lashing out at everything around her. "We have to get out of here," Maya yelled, her voice strained. The large desk in the room lifted off the floor and hurtled toward them. Cole tackled her, driving them both to the ground just as the desk smashed into the wall where they had been standing, splintering into 1,000 pieces. Cole knew they couldn't fight this. It wasn't a creature they could shoot or a man they could reason with. It was a terrified child armed with a nuclear bomb of psychic energy. He had to calm her down. "Cover me," he said to Maya, pushing himself to his feet. "With what?" She shot back, still on the floor, her eyes wide with a fear he hadn't seen before. "Just be ready." He holstered his pistol, a deliberate act of de-escalation. He raised his empty hands, palms forward. "Hey," he said, his voice calm and steady, projecting it over the psychic roar. "It's okay. We're not going to hurt you." The levitating guard dropped to the floor with a sickening thud. The storm seemed to lessen slightly, the swirling papers fluttering to the ground. The girl's eyes opened, focusing on him. They were filled with pain and terror. "My name is Cole," he said, taking a slow, deliberate step toward the closet. A handful of bullets from a box on a shattered shelf lifted into the air and zipped past his head like angry hornets. He didn't flinch. "We're just trying to get some medicine. That's all." He took another step. The girl whimpered, shaking her head. The metal first aid kit flew from Maya's hands and slammed into the ceiling with enough force to leave a massive dent. "She's too scared," Maya said, scrambling away from the psychic epicenter. "We have to leave her." Cole ignored her. He was close enough now to see the tag around the girl's neck. Asset 404. He remembered Soren's files, the whispers of a Phase 3. They hadn't just been splicing genes. They had been trying to unlock the power of the human mind. This child was the result. "I know you're scared," Cole said, his voice soft. He crouched down, making himself smaller, less of a threat. "I know this place is bad, but we can help you. We can get you out of here." The girl shook her head again, tears streaming down her face. "The angel," she whispered, her voice a tiny, fragile thing. "He told me to hide. He said the monsters were coming." "The angel?" Cole asked, confused. Before she could answer, a new figure appeared in the doorway of the guard post. It was a man, tall and broad-shouldered, with the simple, calm face of a gentle giant. He wore a standard prisoner's uniform. It was Rorik, the Phase 2 spliced with bare DNA. He was immensely strong, but his file noted that he had the mental capacity of a child. He looked at the scene of devastation, his brow furrowed with concern. Then he saw the girl. "Angel," he said, his deep voice filled with relief. He lumbered into the room, his movements surprisingly gentle for a man of his size. The psychic storm died completely as he approached the closet. The air cleared. The pressure vanished. The girl, Asset 404, looked up at him, her terror melting away. She reached out a small hand. "You came back." "I told you I would," Rorik said, his voice a soft rumble. He knelt down and gently scooped her into his massive arms. She buried her face in his shoulder, her small body finally relaxing. He was her protector, her angel. Rorik looked at Cole and Maya, his expression wary. "You are not bad men?" he asked, his language simple, direct. "No," Cole said, slowly getting to his feet. "We're not bad men." He looked at the girl, then back at Rorik. An unlikely, powerful alliance had just fallen into his lap. "We're trying to help people." Maya stood up, her composure returning. She looked at the giant man and the small, psychic child with a calculating expression. They were a force of nature, an asset. "We need to get medical supplies to some wounded men," Cole explained to Rorik. "Will you help us?" Rorik looked down at the girl in his arms. She nodded, a small, trusting gesture. Rorik looked back at Cole and gave a slow, simple nod. "Angel says yes, we help." They retrieved the first aid kit. As they prepared to leave, Cole noticed something on the floor of the closet where the girl had been hiding. It was a small, crudely drawn picture done in crayon on a piece of scrap paper. It depicted a giant, smiling bear holding hands with a little girl with bright yellow hair. Above them, a fiery sun was drawn, but it was colored black, and it had a skull in the center of it, the Cerberus sun. The girl had known. They made their way back to the West Wing generator room. Cole carried the first aid kit, while Rorik followed, cradling the sleeping girl in his arms. Maya walked beside Cole, her silence charged with unspoken thoughts. "An interesting development," she said finally, her voice low. "They're not weapons, Maya," Cole said, his voice firm. "They're people." "Everything on this island is a weapon," she countered. "It just depends on who is holding it." They reached the sealed door again. "Holt," Cole shouted. "I have the supplies, I have the medicine." There was a pause, then Holt's voice came over the speaker, tight with suspicion. "Who are they? I see them on the camera. Who is with you?" Cole had a choice. He could lie or he could risk the truth. He chose the truth. "They're friendlies, a child and her protector, they're with me." A long, tense silence followed. Cole could hear muffled arguments from behind the door. Holt was trying to make a decision, weighing the risk of opening the door against the needs of his wounded men. Finally, a heavy series of clicks echoed from the door. The locks were being disengaged. With a groan, the heavy steel door slid open a few feet, revealing a dark, cramped space beyond. A man in a guard's uniform, his face pale and drawn, waved them in with a pistol. "Inside," he ordered, "now." Cole, Maya, and Rorik, holding the sleeping psychic, stepped across the threshold. From the dangerous freedom of the corridors into the tense, uncertain sanctuary of the last human stronghold on Isla Perdita. Chapter 9: The Siege and the Sermon. The generator room was a fortress of desperation. It was a cramped, hot space, dominated by the hulking mass of the West Wing's diesel generator, which hummed a steady, reassuring rhythm. The air was thick with the smell of ozone, sweat, and antiseptic. 3 men in tattered guards' uniforms were inside. One stood by the door, his pistol unwavering. Another, a young man with a crudely bandaged leg, sat propped against the generator, his face pale with pain. The third was Captain Marcus Holt. He stood in the center of the room, his face a mask of grim exhaustion. His uniform was torn, and a dark, bloody stain was spreading across his left shoulder. But his eyes were still sharp, still assessing, still in command. He held a tactical shotgun, and it was pointed directly at Cole's chest. "Drop the kit on the floor," Holt ordered, his voice a low rasp. "Then back away." Cole did as he was told, placing the metal box on the concrete. He took a step back, standing beside Maya and Rorik. Rorik, seeing the guns, instinctively tightened his hold on the sleeping child, his body tensing, a low growl rumbling in his chest. "Easy, big guy," Cole said softly, not taking his eyes off Holt. "They're just being cautious." Holt's gaze shifted from Cole to the hulking figure of Rorik, and then to the child in his arms. He was clearly baffled by this strange assembly. "What is this, Matthijs?" Holt demanded. "A circus? What did Zane offer you to sell out your own kind?" "He offered to let my friends live," Cole shot back, his voice hard. "He has Dr. Soren and one of your men, Javier Reyes. Zane wants the key card. He sent me to get it." The guard with the wounded leg, whose name tag read Miller, pushed himself up. "Don't listen to him, Captain. He's with the monsters." "I'm with the people who are trying to stop Cerberus," Cole said, his voice ringing with conviction. "Zane can't stop the countdown without Soren and that card. He needs all three components, which means as long as you have that card, Soren and Javier are alive. But he's not a patient man. His deadline is sunrise." Holt's eyes flickered to a small, digital clock on the generator's control panel. The red numbers seemed to mock them. It was a race they were all losing. The guard by the door, whose name was Evans, retrieved the first aid kit. He opened it and began tending to Miller's leg, his movements practiced and efficient. Holt never lowered his shotgun. "You brought two of them with you," Holt said, nodding toward Maya and Rorik. "Phase 2s. How do I know they won't tear us apart the second I lower my weapon?" "Because I'm asking them not to," Cole said simply. "And because they know we all have the same enemy right now, Zane and the clock." He looked at Maya. "Isn't that right?" Maya met Holt's gaze, her own expression unreadable. "Zane wants the island. We just want to live. Right now, our interests align with getting that card and stopping the countdown. What happens after that is not today's problem." Her honesty was more convincing than any lie. Holt seemed to recognize that. He slowly, reluctantly, lowered the shotgun. "What's your plan, Matthijs?" he asked, his tone shifting from hostile to weary. "You give him the card, he stops the clock, and then he kills us all. That's not a victory. It's a delayed execution." "My plan," Cole said, stepping forward, "is to create an opportunity. Zane thinks he has all the pieces. He thinks he's in control, but he's arrogant. He sent me, a baseline human, and Maya, whose loyalty he isn't sure of, on a critical mission. He underestimated us. We can use that." He leaned in, his voice dropping. "We give him the card. Soren gives him her genetic key. He will have to bring them both to the master console to stop the protocol. For that one moment, all of our assets will be in the same room. Soren, the card, Zane. That's our chance. We create a diversion, we take out Zane, we secure the tower." It was a desperate, half-formed plan, built on hope and a prayer. But it was better than sitting here waiting to die. Holt considered it. He looked at his wounded men, at the strange alliance Cole had brought to his door. He was a man of protocol and order, and his entire world had been shattered. Cole was offering him a straw to grasp at. "A diversion?" Holt asked skeptically. "What kind of diversion? He has a dozen of those things in there with him." Before Cole could answer, the child in Rorik's arms stirred. Asset 404 opened her eyes. She wasn't looking at any of them. She was staring at the thick concrete wall of the generator room. "The angel is sad," she whispered, her voice small and clear. Rorik looked down at her, his brow furrowed. "Why is Angel sad?" "Because the bad men are coming," she said. Her eyes began to glow with a faint inner light. "The loud men, they're coming to hurt us." A deep, rhythmic thumping began to echo from outside, shaking the very foundations of the room. It was not the sound of a monster. It was organized. It was the sound of a battering ram. Zane's hunters had arrived. "They found us," Evans yelled, scrambling back to the door. Holt was already moving, his weariness replaced by a surge of adrenaline. "Barricade the door. Miller, give me your sidearm. Get behind the generator." The thumping grew louder, more insistent. A large crack appeared in the concrete wall next to the door. Zane wasn't just trying to break down the door. He was trying to smash his way through the entire wall. "It's the breaker," Holt yelled, recognizing the sound of the mindless, living siege engine. "They have a goddamn breaker." The room was filled with a cloud of concrete dust as the wall began to crumble. Maya drew her submachine gun, her face set in a grim mask. Rorik placed the girl gently on the floor behind the generator and stood to his full, imposing height, a low growl rumbling in his chest. The wall exploded inward in a shower of concrete and rebar. A massive gray fist, the size of a small boulder, punched through the ruined opening. It was followed by the brutish, horned head of the breaker. Behind it, Cole could see the forms of at least 4 other Phase 2s, armed with weapons from the armory, their faces grim and determined. Lazar was at their head, a manic grin on his face. "The Alpha sends his regards, Captain," he roared over the noise. "He's tired of waiting." Holt and Evans opened fire, their weapons barking in the confined space. The bullets sparked and ricocheted off the breaker's thick, bony hide, having no effect. The creature pulled its arm back and slammed it into the wall again, widening the breach. "This is your diversion, Matthijs," Holt screamed at Cole over the gunfire. "I hope it's a good one." He reached into his pocket and threw a small, plastic card at Cole. The key card. Cole caught it. The siege was their diversion. The chaos was their cover. This was their one and only chance. "We have to go," Cole yelled at Maya. "Now, through the maintenance shafts, we can get to the tower while they're busy here." Maya nodded, providing covering fire as Cole ran to a small access hatch in the floor he had spotted earlier. He wrenched it open, revealing a dark, narrow shaft leading down. "Rorik," Cole shouted. "The girl, get her out of here." Rorik grabbed Asset 404 and ran for the hatch. Cole looked back. Holt and his men were being pushed back, their ammunition doing nothing against the armored tide. It was a suicide stand. They were buying them time with their lives. "Go," Holt roared, giving Cole one last desperate look of a condemned man. "Make it count." Cole, Maya, Rorik, and the child scrambled down into the maintenance shaft, plunging into the darkness just as the breaker brought the entire wall crashing down, flooding the generator room with Zane's hunters. The sounds of a final, desperate firefight echoed above them as they fled into the bowels of the island. Chapter 10: The Devil's Arithmetic. The maintenance shaft was a vertical maze of pipes and ladders, slick with decades of grime. They descended in a controlled fall, their boots clanging against the iron rungs, the sounds of the firefight in the generator room fatting above them. It was a retreat, but it felt like a charge. They had the card. They had the plan. They had paid for it in blood. Cole led the way, his flashlight cutting a swath through the oppressive darkness. Maya followed close behind, her weapon at the ready. Rorik came last, the child held securely in one massive arm, his other hand gripping the ladder with bone-crushing strength. "Where does this lead?" Maya asked, her voice echoing in the shaft. "To the command tower's lowest sub-level," Cole replied, his voice tight. "Old wiring conduits. It will get us past his perimeter." They reached the bottom of the shaft and emerged into a narrow, concrete tunnel lined with thick bundles of color-coded wires. The air was cool and smelled of dust and ozone. The only sound was their own harsh breathing. "We need to be fast," Cole said, checking his watch. It had been a gift from his wife, a simple, durable timepiece. It felt like an artifact from another lifetime. "We have less than an hour before Zane's deadline." They ran. Their footsteps pounded a frantic rhythm on the concrete floor. The tunnel twisted and turned, a forgotten vein in the body of the island. Cole's mind raced, replaying the plan. Get to the tower, find Soren and Javier, create the diversion, take down Zane. It was a chain of desperate hopes, and any link could break. "The girl," Maya said, her voice low as she ran beside him. "The asset. She is the diversion, isn't she?" Cole didn't answer immediately. He had seen what the child could do when she was scared. He could only imagine what she could do if she were focused. The thought was a cold knot in his stomach. "She's the ace up our sleeve," he said finally, his voice grim. "If we use her." "Zane won't be expecting it," Maya mused, her tactical mind seeing the potential. "He thinks of her as a lab rat, not a weapon. He won't have a defense against a psychic attack." "She's not a weapon," Rorik's deep voice rumbled from behind them. He had been silent, but he had been listening. "Angel is not for fighting." "Rorik, if we don't stop Zane, the Angel burns with the rest of us," Cole said, his voice hard but not unkind. "Sometimes even angels have to fight." They reached a service ladder that led up. Cole scaled it first, cautiously pushing open the hatch at the top. He peered out. They were in a small storage closet on the command tower's sub-level. The area was quiet. They had made it past Zane's guards. They slipped out of the closet and into a sterile, white corridor. This was the science level, Soren's former kingdom. The silence here was different. It was the sterile, humming silence of a place that held terrible secrets. They found Javier in a small, windowless observation room. He was alone, guarded by a single Phase 2, a lanky man with feline features named Jax. Jax was perched on a table, cleaning his claws with a combat knife, his yellow eyes tracking their approach on a security monitor. The moment he saw them, he moved, a blur of motion. He launched himself off the table, aiming for Maya, but Maya was ready. She didn't fire her gun, which would have brought the whole pack down on them. She met his charge head-on. They collided in a flurry of limbs, a whirlwind of kicks and blocks. It was a brutal, silent dance. Maya's armored skin deflected Jax's claws while her powerful strikes forced him back. Cole used the opening to get to Javier. He cut the younger man's bonds with his knife. "Are you all right?" he asked. Javier nodded, his face a mixture of terror and relief. "Soren," he said, his voice a hoarse whisper. "Zane took her to the main ops floor. He's getting ready to stop the countdown." The fight between Maya and Jax ended as quickly as it began. Maya caught one of Jax's lunges and used his momentum to throw him headfirst into a reinforced wall. He collapsed, stunned. Rorik put a massive foot on his chest, pinning him. "Time to go," Cole said. They moved toward the main elevator, a cohesive unit now, forged in the fires of the last few hours. They rode it up, the silence inside thick with anticipation. The doors opened onto the chaos of the main operations floor. Zane was standing at the master console, his back to them. Dr. Soren stood beside him, her face pale but defiant. Two other Phase 2 guards were present, Lazar and a quiet, watchful inmate named Quint. They turned as the elevator doors opened, their weapons raising. "Well," Zane said, turning around slowly. He saw Cole, Maya, the massive Rorik, and the child peeking out from behind the giant's legs. He even saw Javier, now armed with the stunned Jax's pistol. But most importantly, he saw the keycard in Cole's hand. A slow, triumphant smile spread across his face. "Right on schedule," Zane said. "I commend your efficiency, Matthijs. I almost thought I'd have to start sending you souvenirs." He gestured to Javier. "Now the card, if you please." This was the moment, the final confrontation. All the pieces were on the board. Cole looked at Soren, who gave him a barely perceptible nod. He looked at Maya, who held her submachine gun at a low ready, her eyes flicking between Zane and Lazar. He looked at Rorik, who stood like a mountain, protecting the child. "The deal was for the card," Cole said, his voice steady. "But the terms have changed. You're going to let Soren and Javier go. You're going to let us walk out of here. Then you can have your island." Zane laughed, a rich, full-throated sound. "You are in no position to bargain, Matthijs. You have one key. I have the kingdom." "He's right," a voice said, but it was Zane. It was Maya. She took a step forward, and in a swift, shocking motion, she raised her submachine gun and fired a short, controlled burst. Not at Zane, at Rorik. The bullets slammed into the giant's chest. Rorik staggered back, a look of shocked, childlike betrayal on his face. He wasn't wearing armor. He was strong, but he was not bulletproof. He collapsed to one knee, dropping the child as he fell. "No," Cole screamed, his plan, his hopes, turning to ash in his mouth. Maya had made her choice. She had chosen her alpha. "A wise decision," Zane said, his smile widening. He turned to Soren. "Now, Doctor, shall we save the world?" The child, Asset 404, was on the floor next to her fallen protector. She was crying. But as she looked at Zane's smiling face, the crying stopped. Her eyes began to glow. The air in the room grew cold. The massive holographic display table flickered and died. The lights in the room began to pulse, in time with a new, silent, and utterly furious heartbeat. Maya had made her choice, but she had forgotten the devil's arithmetic. She had forgotten about the ace up their sleeve. and now she had just made it angry. Chapter 11. The Fury of a Child. The world bent. It was not a gentle curve, but a violent, wrenching twist, as if the very fabric of reality had been gripped by a furious god. The first thing to go was the sound. All noise in the operations center, the hum of the consoles, the panicked shouts, the triumphant laugh of Zane, vanished, sucked into a perfect, deafening vacuum. Cole felt it as a pressure in his skull, a deep, internal squeezing that made him want to claw at his own ears. He saw Lazar and Quint stagger, their hands flying to their heads, their mouths open in silent screams. He saw the triumphant smirk wiped from Zane's face, replaced by a look of shocked disbelief. The only one unaffected seemed to be Maya. Her betrayal had been so swift, her focus so absolute, that she was a still point in the growing storm. But her eyes widened as she took in the scene, a dawning horror on her face. She had calculated every angle but this one. Asset 404 was the epicenter. She stood over Rorik's bleeding form, her small body radiating a visible aura of shimmering, silver energy. Her face was no longer that of a terrified child. It was a mask of pure, incandescent rage. Her glowing eyes were fixed on Maya. The submachine gun in Maya's hands began to glow red-hot. With a silent shriek, she dropped it, the weapon melting into a slag of molten metal before it even hit the floor. Her armored skin, the crystalline shell that could deflect bullets, began to crack, fine, spiderwebbing fissures spreading across her arms and face as if under an immense, invisible pressure. Cole, fighting through the psychic onslaught, saw his opening. This was chaos. This was the diversion he had wanted, born of betrayal and grief. He lunged, not at Zane, but at Dr. Soren. He grabbed her arm, pulling her away from the master console. "Javier now," he roared, though no sound came out. The words were a frantic gesture, a desperate command. Javier, recovering faster than the Phase 2s, understood. He raised his pistol and fired at Lazar. The bullet, moving through the distorted air, seemed to curve, to slow, but it found its mark, striking the big man in the leg. Lazar went down, his silent scream one of agony. Zane recovered his composure. He was an alpha, and alphas adapt. He ignored the psychic storm and focused on the physical threat. He brought his assault rifle up, aiming for Cole. But the weapon twisted in his hands, its barrel bending into a useless, corkscrewed shape. Zane snarled, discarding the ruined gun. He was a weapon himself. He launched his body across the room at Cole, his enhanced speed a blur of motion. He slammed into Cole, driving him back against a bank of monitors. The screens shattered, showering them in sparks. Cole's head hit the wall hard, and the world exploded in a flash of white. He fought to stay conscious, grappling with Zane, whose strength was immense, inhuman. Zane's hands closed around his throat, squeezing, the world turning gray at the edges. The child's fury escalated. The massive, multi-ton hollow table lifted from the floor. It flipped, end over end, and hurtled toward the combatants. Quint, who was trying to get a bead on Javier, looked up just in time to see it coming. He was crushed beneath it, his body disappearing with a sickening, silent finality. The table's trajectory carried it past Zane and Cole. Its edge clipped Zane's shoulder, sending him stumbling back, his grip on Cole's throat broken. Cole gasped for air, his vision swimming back into focus. He saw Rorik, the gentle giant, stir on the floor. The bullet wounds in his chest were grievous, but his enhanced constitution was fighting back. He pushed himself up, his eyes finding Maya. His expression was not one of rage, but of deep, profound hurt. "You hurt, Angel," he rasped, his voice a low, pained rumble that somehow pushed through the psychic silence. Maya stared at him, her face cracking, both literally and figuratively. She had made a fatal miscalculation. She had shot the anchor to save the Alpha, and in doing so had unleashed a hurricane. Asset 404 took a step, and the floor plates beneath Maya's feet buckled and tore loose, flying up to wrap around her legs like steel manacles, rooting her to the spot. Maya struggled, but the metal held her fast. The psychic pressure reached its peak. The reinforced windows of the command tower, designed to withstand a bomb blast, began to vibrate, to glow, and then they shattered inward, not into shards, but into a fine, glittering powder of dust that hung in the air. The sounds of the island, the wind, the distant screams, the hum of the dying world, rushed back in, filling the vacuum. "Enough!" Zane roared, his voice cutting through the returning noise. He had abandoned his attack on Cole and was staring at the child, his eyes blazing with a new kind of fire. It wasn't fear. It was avarice. He was looking at the ultimate weapon, and he wanted it. He began to walk toward her, his body language deliberately non-threatening. "You are magnificent," he said, his voice calm, hypnotic. "A true goddess. Don't waste your power on these. Insects, join me. Together we are the future. I can give you anything you want." The girl did not respond. Her glowing eyes remained fixed on him, her expression unchanging. Cole knew he had seconds. This was it, the final play. He scrambled to his feet, the keycard still clutched in his hand. He looked at Soren. "Now, Doctor." Soren, who had been huddled near the console, snapped into action. She threw herself at the master terminal. Her fingers flew across the keypad, a desperate, frantic dance. "Voice command needed," she shouted. "It has to be the warden or acting commander." Zane, distracted by his attempt to pacify the child, heard her. He whirled around, his face contorted in a mask of fury. He knew he was being outplayed. "It's too late," he screamed and lunged for the console. But he was intercepted. Rorik, bleeding and broken, threw his massive body in Zane's path. It was not a warrior's attack, but a simple, desperate block. The two-phase two titans collided, a clash of bear and wolf. "Captain Marcus Holt," Cole yelled at the console, his voice raw. He didn't know if it would work, if a dead man's authority still held sway in the machine. "Authorization code, Omega-09er." It was a guess, a random code he had heard a guard mention once. A feminine, computerized voice responded from the console. "Voice print not recognized. Rank of user. Inmate Cole Matthijs, not authorized." It had failed. Zane threw Rorik aside and slammed his hand down on the console. "Acting Warden Zane. Authorization Alpha Prime." Voice print confirmed. Security keycard required. This was the moment. Cole still held the card. He looked at Zane, who was now a few feet away, his fists clenched, ready to tear him apart. He looked at the child, whose psychic power was still holding Maya in a prison of twisted metal. He didn't have to beat Zane. He just had to win. With a defiant roar, Cole didn't run. He didn't fight. He threw the key card. It sailed through the air, end over end, not toward the console, but toward the shattered, gaping hole where the window had been. For a single, eternal second, every eye in the room followed its arc. It flew out into the open air, a tiny piece of plastic against the blood-red sunrise, and then it was gone, tumbling down the side of the tower to be lost forever in the jungle below. A stunned silence fell over the room. Zane stared at the empty window, his face a mask of utter, uncomprehending fury. He had been so close. He had held the kingdom in his hands. Security keycard not detected, the console's voice announced calmly. Cerberus protocol cancellation failed. Detonation in 74 minutes. Zane slowly turned his head, his eyes locking onto Cole. The look in them was no longer human. It was the pure, unadulterated rage of a god denied his throne. "You," Zane whispered, his voice trembling with a terrifying, quiet fury. "You have just killed us all." Chapter 12. The Echo of the Weaver. The fury that Cole expected did not come as a physical assault. Zane did not charge. He simply stood there, his body trembling, a low, guttural growl building in his chest. The psychic pressure from the child lessened, her focus broken by Cole's desperate act. The world settled, the air thinning back to normal. "You think this is a victory," Zane said, his voice a low, menacing whisper. He took a step toward Cole. "You think you've won. You've done nothing but choose a different death. A slower one." He turned to the remaining Phase 2s. Lazar was on the floor, clutching his leg, but he was already struggling to stand, the wound knitting itself together. Maya was still trapped, but the psychic pressure holding the metal had eased. With a grunt of effort, she began to bend the steel plates away from her body. "Kill them," Zane ordered, his voice flat and dead. "Kill them all, slowly. Make them understand what they've thrown away." Lazar raised his shotgun, a manic grin returning to his face. This, he understood, pure, simple violence. But before he could fire, a new sound intruded. It was a high-pitched, chittering shriek that echoed up the elevator shaft. It was a sound Cole recognized with a jolt of ice-cold dread. It was the sound he had heard in the laundry room. The Weaver. It had been climbing, patiently, silently, drawn by the chaos, by the psychic disturbance, by the scent of so much blood. The doors to the main elevator, which had stood open, suddenly slammed shut. Not from a command, but from a thick, white, glistening rope of webbing that shot out of the shaft and wrapped around them, sealing them with a solid thud. Another strand, thick as a hawser, snaked out and wrapped around Lazar's leg, yanking him off his feet and dragging him, screaming, toward the sealed doors. "What is this?" Zane snarled, whirling to face the new threat. Thick, white webbing began to pour from the ventilation shafts in the ceiling, from the service hatches, from every crack and crevice in the room. It was not the thin, careful tripwires from before. This was an invasion. The Weaver was not just setting a trap. It was cocooning the entire operations floor. Lazar was dragged flush against the elevator doors, the web tightening around him, silencing his screams. His shotgun clattered to the floor. The webbing covered him completely, turning him into a lumpy, white, twitching bundle. "It's the Phase 1, Soren screamed, her scientific curiosity momentarily overriding her fear. "Subject 7, it's here." The main mass of the creature squeezed itself through a large ceiling vent, its pale, emaciated body unfolding like a nightmare. It was larger than Cole remembered, its 4 multi-jointed arms ending in long, needle-sharp claws. Its sightless face tilted, sensing the room, and a low, chittering sound, the sound of a predator in its killing ground, echoed through the chamber. Zane's carefully constructed kingdom had just been invaded by a more ancient and mindless horror. The apex predator had just met something further up the food chain. The Weaver ignored the humans. Its attention was fixed on the Phase 2s. It saw them as rivals, competitors. It scuttled across the ceiling, impossibly fast, and dropped toward Maya, who had just freed herself from her metal prison. Maya reacted with pure instinct. She drew a long combat knife from her boot and slashed at the creature, her movements a blur. She managed to cut one of its thin arms, drawing a trickle of black, viscous fluid. The Weaver shrieked, a sound of pain and fury, and retaliated not with its claws but with a spray of webbing from its throat. It caught Maya across the chest, sticky and strong. She was thrown back, struggling against the entangling strands. Cole saw his chance, the enemy of his enemy. "Javier, Soren, with me," he yelled. He grabbed Rorik, who was still on the floor, bleeding but conscious. "Rorik, can you walk?" The big man grunted, pushing himself up. "Angel," he mumbled, looking for the child. Asset 404 was huddled under a console, her psychic rage gone, replaced by a child's simple terror. Cole scooped her into his arms. "We have to go, the emergency stairs," Cole shouted, pointing to a door on the far side of the room. Zane was trapped between 2 fronts. His remaining followers were being systematically neutralized by the arachnoid horror. His primary enemy, Cole, was making a break for it. He let out a roar of pure frustration and charged, not at the Weaver but at Cole's escaping group. He would not be denied his prize. He would not be denied his revenge. The Weaver, seeing this large, fast-moving threat, changed its target. It fired a thick rope of webbing that caught Zane's ankle in mid-stride. He hit the floor hard, skidding across the smooth surface. He roared, tearing at the web with his bare hands, his enhanced strength allowing him to rip the powerful strands. Cole and his small band of survivors reached the emergency stairwell. He threw the door open. It was their only way out. He pushed Javier and Soren through. "Rorik, go," he commanded. Rorik lumbered through the door, turning to provide cover. Cole was about to follow when he looked back. He saw Zane, having freed himself, get to his feet. He saw Maya, entangled but still fighting, her knife flashing. And he saw the Weaver, a patient, terrifying god of silk and death, descending from the ceiling to deal with them both. He also saw the master console, its screen still displaying the countdown. Detonation in 68 minutes. An idea, utterly insane, struck him. They couldn't stop the bomb. but maybe, just maybe, they could redirect it. Soren, he yelled into the stairwell. The geothermal core, is it stable? Soren poked her head back out, her face pale. What? No, the initial failure destabilized it. It's a runaway reaction. That's what the Cerberus charge is for, to cauterize it before it goes critical and breaches the sea floor. What if we accelerated it? Cole asked, his mind racing. What if we made it blow now? Soren stared at him, her eyes wide with horrified understanding. The explosion would be catastrophic. It wouldn't just vaporize the island, it would trigger a chain reaction. Earthquakes, a tsunami. It would be an extinction-level event for this entire hemisphere. But it would kill them, Cole said, looking back at the battle raging in the operations room. It would kill everything on this island right now. No more monsters, no more project, it ends here. It was a terrible choice, a monstrous one. To save the world from his creations, he would have to risk breaking it entirely. The console beeped. Emergency protocol initiated, the calm, computerized voice announced. Manual override of geothermal core safeties now active. It wasn't them. Cole looked over and saw Maya. She had managed to cut herself free from the main web and was now at a secondary console, her fingers flying across the keys. She had heard him. She had understood his horrific calculus. She had made a new choice. If she was going to die, she was going to take the whole damn zoo with her. Zane saw what she was doing. He screamed her name, a sound of pure betrayal, and charged her. The weaver dropped from the ceiling between them, its claws extended. The three remaining powers on the island, the Alpha, the Survivor, and the Monster, were about to collide in a final, fatal triangle. Core meltdown sequence initiated, the computer said, its voice calm as oblivion. Detonation in 10 minutes. Cole stared for a frozen second, then slammed the stairwell door shut, plunging his small group into the relative safety of the concrete passage. The sounds of the final battle sealed away behind them. They had 10 minutes to get off the island, 10 minutes to outrun the apocalypse. Chapter 13, A 10-Minute World. The stairwell was a vertical concrete tomb, spiraling down into the heart of the island. The air was cold and still, a stark contrast to the chaos they had just left behind. The only sound was the frantic slap of their footsteps on the steel stairs and the ragged, desperate gasps for air. 10 minutes. The words were a death sentence, a frantic, ticking clock counting down the end of the world. The docks, Cole yelled, his voice echoing in the narrow space. He was leading the way, taking the stairs 2 and 3 at a time, the child, Asset 404, held tight against his chest. There's a small patrol boat. Maintenance crew uses it. It won't be fast enough, Soren cried from behind him, struggling to keep up. The blast radius. The shockwave will overtake us before we're 5 miles out. It's better than being at ground zero, Javier shouted, bringing up the rear, his pistol sweeping the landings below them. Rorik was a lumbering, wounded giant in the middle of their small procession. His massive frame barely fit in the narrow stairwell. Every step was an effort, leaving a smear of blood on the concrete wall he leaned against for support. His strength was failing. They burst out of the stairwell onto the ground floor, into a corridor that led directly to the island's southern exit. The relative order of the upper levels was gone. Here, the outbreak had been a pure, savage massacre. Bodies of guards and inmates were strewn everywhere, some torn apart by monstrous claws, others covered in the hideous black ink of the grave mold. A tremor shook the entire facility. The lights flickered violently, and a deep, groaning sound came from the very rock beneath their feet. The core was becoming unstable. The countdown was real. 9 minutes. "This way," Cole shouted, navigating the grisly obstacle course. They rounded a corner and skidded to a halt. The path to the exit was blocked. A huge section of the ceiling had collapsed, creating a mountain of rubble, concrete, and twisted rebar. It was completely impassable. "The other way," Javier yelled, pointing back. "To the north dock. It's further, but the path might be clear." Another tremor, stronger this time, shook the building. A fine dust rained down from the ceiling. Rorik stumbled, falling to one knee with a groan of pain. "I cannot," he gasped, clutching his chest. The bullet wounds Maya had given him were too severe. He was dying. "Rorik, get up," Cole urged, turning back to him. "We have to move." The big man shook his head, his breathing shallow. He looked at the child in Cole's arms, his eyes filled with a sad, gentle light. "Save, Angel," he wheezed. His eyes then shifted, looking past Cole, down the corridor they had come from. A low growl rumbled in his chest. Cole turned. A new horror was emerging from the shadows. It was the amalgam. Subject 2. The first and most unstable of Sauron's failures. It was a semi-liquid protoplasmic mass of shifting flesh, studded with random eyes, mouths, and bony spurs. It made no sound as it slithered toward them, a wave of living cancer that absorbed everything in its path. "Go," Rorik said, his voice finding a final reserve of strength. He pushed himself to his feet, planting them firmly on the ground. He was a mountain of defiance. "I will stop it." "There's no stopping that thing," Sauron shrieked. "It's a self-replicating biomass." "Rorik, no," the child cried, reaching a small hand toward him. Cole knew there was no time to argue. Rorik had made his choice. He was a protector to the very end. "I'm sorry," Cole said, his voice thick. He turned and ran, pulling Sauron and Javier with him. "We have to go." He glanced back one last time. He saw Rorik, the gentle giant, turn and charge the shapeless protoplasmic horror. He was not just blocking it. He was running directly into it. He was sacrificing himself, giving his own biomass to the creature to slow it down, to buy them a few precious seconds. He was swallowed by the amorphous monstrosity, his form disappearing into the churning mass. It was the bravest, most horrific thing Cole had ever seen. Tears streamed down Cole's face as he ran, a hot mixture of grief and gratitude. They found a secondary corridor that bypassed the main collapse, their path lit by the flickering, dying lights of the facility. The tremors were coming faster now, one after another, like the death throes of the island itself. 6 minutes. They burst out of the building and into the humid night air of the docks. The scene was one of devastation. The main pier was shattered and the larger boats were sunk or on fire. But there, at a small, secondary dock, was the patrol boat. A small, rugged, 25-foot vessel, bobbing in the turbulent water. their ark. They scrambled down the rickety wooden steps to the dock. Javier, who had some boating experience, jumped aboard and began frantically working on the engine. Cole handed the crying child to Soren and moved to untie the thick mooring ropes. The first rope came free. He moved to the second. As his fingers worked the knot, a shadow fell over him. He looked up. Zane stood on the dock above them. He was a mess of blood and torn flesh. His tactical gear was shredded and one of his arms hung at a useless angle, but he was alive. And in his one good hand he held Maya's long combat knife. He had survived the Weaver. He had survived the final battle, and he had followed them. "Nowhere left to run, Matthijs," Zane rasped, his voice a broken, hateful thing. He was smiling, a ghastly, bloody grin. "If I am to burn, you will be my kindling." Another massive tremor hit, nearly throwing them all from their feet. The engine of the boat roared to life. 4 minutes. "Go!" Javier screamed from the helm. Cole shoved Soren and the child toward the boat. "Get on." He turned to face Zane. The two alphas, the last men standing on a crumbling dock at the end of the world. There were no more monsters, no more schemes. There was only this. Zane lunged, the knife flashing. Cole met his charge, not with a weapon but with his body. He ducked under the knife's swing and slammed his shoulder into Zane's midsection. They went down in a tangle of limbs, rolling on the splintering wood of the dock. Zane was stronger, but Cole was a soldier. He knew how to fight. He twisted, blocking, parrying, using Zane's own momentum against him. They were two animals, biting and clawing, their fight a microcosm of the island's savage spirit. The dock began to collapse around them. The water churned, lit from below by an ominous, growing orange glow. The geothermal core was about to breach. 2 minutes. Cole managed to get his hand on the knife, his fingers closing around Zane's, trying to turn the blade. Zane roared, his wolf-like strength surging. He forced the point of the knife down, toward Cole's throat. Cole knew he couldn't win. Zane was too strong, too far gone, so he changed the objective. He didn't try to win the fight, he just tried to move it. With a final, desperate surge of strength, he stopped resisting. He let Zane push him, and he used that momentum to roll them both sideways, off the edge of the collapsing dock and into the churning, unnaturally warm water below. The shock of the water was immense. For a moment they were separated. Cole kicked for the surface, his lungs burning. He broke through, gasping for air. He saw the patrol boat, 20 feet away, already pulling out. Javier was at the helm, Soren was holding the child, and they were both screaming his name. Then Zane's head broke the surface beside him. His eyes were wild, filled with hatred. He lunged for Cole again, his hands closing around his neck, pushing him back under into the crushing, superheated depths. Cole struggled, his vision fading, the pressure building. He could see the bottom of the boat's hull above him, so close. He was not going to make it. Suddenly, a new light filled the water. It wasn't the orange glow from below. It was a soft, silver light emanating from the boat. He saw the small form of Asset 404 at the edge of the vessel, her hand outstretched toward the water, her eyes glowing with a fierce, protective light. The immense pressure of the ocean itself seemed to coalesce around Zane. It was not a violent attack, but a firm, irresistible squeezing. Zane's eyes widened in shock, his grip on Cole slackening. The water held him, embraced him, and then pulled him down, away from Cole, into the deep, dark, fiery abyss. He was pulled down into the throat of the volcano that was about to erupt. Cole was free. He kicked upward, his body screaming for air. A hand reached down and grabbed his, pulling him from the water over the side and onto the deck of the boat. He collapsed, coughing up water, his body bruised and broken, but alive. He looked up and saw Javier gunning the engine, Soren holding the weeping child, and the island behind them beginning to glow, to swell, to come apart at the seams. "Look," Soren whispered, her voice filled with a terrible awe. The island did not just explode. It dissolved in a silent, brilliant flash of pure white light, the light of creation and destruction, the light that scoured the world clean. There was no sound. There was only the light. Then the shockwave hit. The world turned upside down. The sea rose up in a colossal wall of water, and their small boat, their tiny ark of broken survivors, was thrown into the air like a child's toy, swallowed by the fury of a world they had broken in order to save. Chapter 14. The Survivor's Shore. The ocean was a churning, black slate under a sky bruised purple and orange. The tsunami, a monstrous wave born from the island's death, had spent its primary fury and was now a series of colossal, rolling swells that lifted their battered boat to sickening heights before dropping it into deep, watery valleys. The world was water and sky, and the silence was absolute. The roar of the explosion had been replaced by the hiss and groan of the sea. Cole lay on the deck, his body a map of pain. He drifted in and out of consciousness, his dreams filled with fire and falling. Each time he woke, the first thing he saw was the child, Asset 404, huddled beside him. She was no longer glowing. She was just a little girl, small and shivering, her hand clutching a piece of his torn shirt. She had saved him, pulled him from the depths with a power she still didn't understand, and had not left his side since. Javier was at the helm, his knuckles white as he fought to keep the boat's nose pointed into the swells. He was no longer a scared rookie. He was a mariner, his face set in a grim mask of concentration, his eyes scanning the horizon for a deliverance he did not believe would come. Dr. Soren was wedged in the small cabin, methodically taking stock of their meager supplies. A half-empty water bottle, a flare gun with 2 flares, and a small, waterproof first aid kit. The scientist, stripped of her lab and her hubris, had reverted to a pragmatist, focusing on the simple, brutal math of survival. They were the last remnants of Isla Perdita, a soldier, a scientist, a guard, and a god in the shape of a child. 4 survivors, adrift on a sea they had set boiling. Days bled into one another. The sun beat down, cracking their lips and burning their skin. The nights were cold, the stars unnervingly bright in a sky free of any man-made light. They rationed the water, each sip a measured sacrament. The child, whose name they learned was Anna, did not complain. She seemed to draw strength from some deep, inner well, her resilience a quiet miracle. She would often touch Cole's wounds, and while she could not heal them, he felt the pain recede, a gentle psychic balm against the agony. On the third day, Soren spoke, her voice a dry rasp. The calculations are problematic. She had been scratching equations onto a piece of the boat's flacking paint with a shard of metal. The energy release from the core's breach was larger than I anticipated. The seismic and atmospheric effects will be global. We didn't just destroy an island. We triggered a planetary event. What does that mean? Javier asked, his eyes never leaving the horizon. It means the world we left behind is gone, Soren said, her voice flat. The world we are heading toward, if we are heading anywhere, will be different, altered. The old maps won't work anymore. Her words hung in the air, more terrifying than any monster they had faced. They had not just escaped a prison. They had escaped a timeline, a version of history that no longer existed. They were ghosts from a dead world, floating toward a new one. On the fifth day they saw it, a smudge on the horizon, land. As they grew closer, they saw it was a coastline, but not one that matched any chart Javier knew. The shore was a beach of fine, black sand like powdered obsidian. Beyond it, a thick, alien-looking jungle grew, the trees taller and more strangely colored than they should be. The air itself seemed to shimmer, as if still vibrating from the distant cataclysm. The boat's engine had died hours ago, its fuel spent. They drifted, carried by the current, until the hull scraped against the black sand. They had arrived. Cole was the first to step off the boat, his feet sinking into the warm, dark shore. He was weak, but he was standing. He helped the others. Javier stumbling with exhaustion. Soren, her face a mixture of scientific curiosity and profound dread. And Anna, whom he carried from the boat, her small weight a precious, terrifying responsibility. They stood on the beach of a new world, four castaways under a strange sun. The jungle before them was silent, but it felt watchful, ancient, and utterly alien. There were no seabirds, no familiar sounds of life. "Where are we?" Javier asked, the question directed at no one. Soren knelt, running the black sand through her fingers. "Somewhere new," she whispered, a terrible wonder in her voice. "The island's destruction, the energy release. It might not have just been a physical event. Project Chimera wasn't just about genetics. It was about quantum entanglement, tapping into the foundational energies of reality. We may have knocked the world off its axis, or perhaps we knocked ourselves off." Cole looked at the strange, vibrant jungle. He looked at the endless, empty ocean behind them. He looked at his small, broken family of survivors. The soldier, the jailer, the creator, and the child who was something more. The prison was gone. The monsters were dead. But the experiment was not over. The world was now the laboratory. They were the control group. Anna tugged on his sleeve. He looked down at her. She was not looking at the jungle, but at him, her eyes clear and calm. She pointed a small finger at his chest, then at Soren's, then at Javier. Then she pointed at herself. Finally, she pointed toward the dark, silent trees. She didn't need to speak. Her meaning was clear. "Thus home." Cole slung the useless flare gun over his shoulder. He picked up a solid piece of driftwood, its weight a familiar comfort in his hand. He took a deep breath of the strange, new air. The fear was still there, a cold stone in his gut. But beneath it, something else was taking root. A grim, hard one, resolve. They had survived the crucible. They had outrun the apocalypse. They were monsters and men, sinners and saviors. They were the inheritors of a world they had broken, and a future they would have to build from the ashes. Together, the four of them turned their backs on the sea and took their first steps into the silent, watchful jungle of their new home. The story of Isla Perdita was over. A new one, stranger and more terrible, had just begun. Chapter 15: The Silent Hunt. The jungle swallowed the light. One moment the sky was a canopy of bruised twilight. The next it was gone, devoured by the thick, overlapping leaves of alien trees. The air grew cooler, heavy with the scent of damp earth and a sweet, cloying aroma like overripe fruit and ozone. The oppressive silence of the beach followed them inland, broken only by the soft crunch of their own footsteps on a carpet of phosphorescent moss that glowed with a faint, sickly green light, painting their haggard faces in ghoulish shades. Cole led them, the piece of heavy driftwood held like a club. His soldier's instincts were screaming, every nerve alight. Silence in a jungle was wrong. It was the breath held before a predator's strike. He moved slowly, deliberately, his eyes scanning the impenetrable walls of vegetation on either side. The trees were not merely green. Some had bark that shimmered with metallic, coppery hues, while others were a deep Venus purple, their leaves shaped like long, skeletal fingers. Behind him, Dr. Soren walked with a strange, hesitant gait, her scientific mind at war with her primal fear. She kept stopping to stare at a flower that pulsed with its own soft light, or a vine that seemed to track their movement. "Don't touch anything," she warned, her voice a dry whisper. "The biology here, it's not analogous. We don't know what's toxic, what's venomous, what's predatory." Javier followed her, his pistol held in a two-handed grip, his head on a constant swivel. Every shadow seemed to hold a threat. Every rustle of a leaf made him jump. He was a city kid, a guard from a world of concrete and steel. This verdant, living labyrinth was a nightmare. "We need to find shelter," he said, his voice tight. "Something with a back to it. We can't stay in the open when it's fully dark." Cole nodded in agreement, not taking his eyes from the path ahead. He carried Anna, who had fallen into an exhausted, fitful sleep, her small head resting on his shoulder. Her weight was a constant, grounding reality, a purpose in this madness. They found it after another 10 minutes of tense, silent searching. A shallow cave, little more than a deep overhang, carved into the base of a massive rock formation that rose from the jungle floor like the tooth of some long-dead god. It was defensible. It had a solid back and offered a clear, if limited, field of view of the path they had made. "Here," Cole grunted, "we'll stay here for the night." They huddled together in the back of the shallow cave, a small island of exhausted humanity in an ocean of alien green. The glowing moss outside cast just enough light to see each other's faces, etched with fear and weariness. Cole gently laid the sleeping Anna down, tucking his own torn shirt around her for warmth. Soren sat with her back against the rock, her eyes closed. But she wasn't resting. Her lips moved silently, her mind no doubt racing, trying to formulate a theory, a hypothesis, anything to put a framework of logic around their impossible situation. Javier took the first watch, positioning himself at the mouth of the cave, his pistol aimed at the darkness. Cole sat beside him, "See anything?" he asked quietly. "Nothing," Javier whispered back. "It's too quiet, I don't like it." Cole didn't like it either. He listened, trying to parse the silence. It wasn't empty. It was filled with a low, almost suboral hum, a vibration that seemed to come from the ground, from the trees, from the very air itself. An hour passed, then another. The moon, a crescent of silver larger than any moon Cole had ever seen, rose above the canopy, its light filtering down in strange, shifting patterns. Javier was starting to nod off, his exhaustion winning out over his fear. "I'll take over," Cole said, gently taking the pistol from Javier's slackening grip. Javier nodded gratefully and slumped against the cave wall, asleep in seconds. Cole sat at the mouth of the cave, the cold weight of the gun in his hand a small comfort. He watched the jungle, he listened to the hum, and then he heard it, a new sound. It was a soft, clicking noise, almost like the sound the shrieker had made but lower, more organic. It was rhythmic and it was moving. It came from the left, passed in front of their position, and continued to the right before fading. Cole's blood ran cold. He held his breath, straining to hear, to see. He scanned the dense foliage in front of the cave. Nothing. He saw no movement, no broken branches, no shadow out of place. But he knew, with a certainty that went bone deep, that they were being watched, hunted. He waited. 10 minutes later, the clicking returned. Same rhythm, same path. It was a patrol, a predator checking its territory, a creature so at home in this environment that it moved without leaving a trace. He considered waking the others, but what was the point? It would only cause a panic. There was nothing they could do but wait for the dawn. He sat, rigid and silent, for another hour, the pistol held steady. The clicking came a third time, but this time it stopped directly in front of the cave, just beyond the edge of the glowing moss. The hum of the jungle seemed to intensify. Cole's heart hammered against his ribs. He slowly raised the pistol, aiming into the darkness where the sound had stopped. He saw a flicker of movement, not a creature but the air itself. A patch of jungle about 10 feet in front of him seemed to shimmer, to distort like heat haze off a summer road. He stared, his eyes watering with the strain. The shimmer coalesced, solidified. The creature was made of the jungle itself. Its body was a shifting mosaic of leaves, bark, and shadow, a masterpiece of living camouflage that rendered it perfectly invisible until it chose to be seen. It was roughly humanoid in shape, but stood nearly 8 feet tall, with long, slender limbs that bent at odd angles. It had no discernible face, no eyes, only a smooth, bark-like head that tilted with an unnerving, bird-like curiosity. It did not seem to be breathing. It simply stood there, a living statue of foliage and fear, studying their shelter. The clicking sound started again, emanating from somewhere within its chest. It was a sound of appraisal. Cole's finger tightened on the trigger. Should he shoot? Would a bullet even work on something that seemed so unreal? Would the noise bring more of them? Before he could decide, the creature slowly raised one of its long, branch-like arms. It did not point at Cole. It pointed at the sleeping child. The clicking stopped. The hum intensified to a low, resonant thrum that Cole could feel in his bones. It had sensed her. It knew what she was. Then, as silently as it had appeared, the creature dissolved. The shimmer of distorted air wavered for a moment and then vanished. It was gone. The clicking started again, further down the path as it resumed its patrol. Cole did not lower the gun. He sat there, his body trembling with the aftermath of pure terror until the first pale fingers of a strange dawn broke through the canopy. He had not fired a shot. He had not made a sound. But a battle had been fought. A challenge had been issued. They had survived their first night. But they now knew with absolute certainty that they were not the only intelligent life in this new world, and they were being hunted. Chapter 16: The Language of Hunger. Dawn did not bring relief, only a clearer view of the cage. The light, filtered through the bizarre canopy, was a pale, anemic gray, and it revealed the jungle in all its unnerving detail. Vines thick as pythons coiled around purple-barked trees, and flowers with petals like razors opened and closed with a slow, deliberate pulse. Cole shared what he had seen. His voice was low and flat, stripped of emotion by the long, terrifying vigil. He described the creature, its perfect camouflage, its silent appraisal, and most importantly, its undeniable interest in Anna. Soren listened, her face a mask of intense concentration. She wasn't just hearing a survivor's tale, she was processing data. A mimetic predator, she murmured, more to herself than to them. Its body isn't just camouflaged, it's likely composed of the local flora bonded by some kind of biological polymer. A perfect symbiotic hunter. It doesn't hide in the jungle. It is the jungle. I don't care what it is, Javier said, his voice tight with fear. He checked the magazine of his pistol for the 10th time. It knows we're here. It knows we're weak. We can't just sit here and wait for it to come back with its friends. He's right, Cole agreed, his gaze fixed on the dense wall of trees. We're exposed. We need to move, find better shelter, find water. He looked at Soren. You're the scientist. What's our priority? Soren pushed herself to her feet, her exhaustion momentarily forgotten, replaced by the familiar authority of her profession. Water. Without a source of clean water, we have 2 days at most. The sea is out of the question, likely saturated with fallout and heavy metals from the blast. We need to head inland, find a stream or a river. She pointed toward a slight depression in the terrain. Gravity is our friend. Water flows downhill. If we follow the low ground, we have the best chance of finding it. It was a plan, a thin, desperate thread of logic to follow through the madness. They gathered their few belongings, the flare gun, the empty water bottle, the knife, and prepared to move out. Cole gently woke Anna. The child's eyes were clear, showing no sign of the psychic storm from the tower, but there was a new, watchful quality to her gaze. She seemed to be listening to the silent hum of the jungle, just as Cole had. "Stay close," Cole said to her, his voice soft. She nodded and took his hand, her small fingers wrapping tightly around his. They set off, a tight, nervous formation, with Cole and his driftwood club at the front and Javier guarding the rear. Every shadow was a potential threat, every strange plant a new enemy. Soren, despite her fear, couldn't suppress her scientific curiosity. She pointed out a fungus that mimicked the appearance of rotting flesh to attract carrion insects, and a tree whose bark peeled back to reveal a network of what looked like pulsing veins. This ecosystem, it's hyper-competitive, she explained in a low voice. Every organism seems to have developed extreme adaptations for predation or defense. It's a world built on hunger. Her words proved prophetic. They found the stream after an hour of tense hiking. It was a narrow ribbon of water, shockingly clear, flowing over smooth black stones. As they knelt, ready to drink, Cole held up a hand, stopping them. He pointed. A few yards upstream, a creature that looked like a large, six-legged deer was bent over the water. As it drank, a long, lily-pad-like plant unfurled from the stream bank. It moved with a slow, unnatural grace, positioning itself directly above the dear creature. A single, sharp stinger, like a needle of black glass, descended from the center of the lily pad and plunged into the creature's back. The dear creature barely had time to flinch. It shuddered once, its legs buckling, and collapsed into the stream. The lily pad then began to secrete a thick, viscous fluid covering the body, slowly dissolving it. The stream itself was a predator. They backed away slowly, their thirst forgotten, replaced by a cold, stomach-churning horror. Even the water wanted to kill them. "Now what?" Javier whispered, his face pale. "We adapt," Soren said, her mind already working the problem. "The water itself isn't poisonous. The delivery system is the threat. We need to collect it away from the banks. We need a container." Cole looked at the empty plastic bottle. It was their only one. It wasn't enough. His eyes scanned their surroundings, searching for a resource, anything they could use. He saw a cluster of bamboo-like plants growing nearby. The stalks were thick and hollow. "There," he said, pointing. He used Maya's combat knife, the last relic from the battle in the tower, to hack at the base of one of the stalks. The outer layer was tough, but the knife was sharp. He managed to cut a 3-foot section. It was a crude but effective container. He moved carefully to the edge of the stream, his eyes scanning for the predatory lilies. He found a spot where the water flowed quickly over a small waterfall, away from the slower-moving banks. He dipped the hollow stalk into the current, filling it with the clear, cold water. He took a small, hesitant sip. It tasted clean. It tasted like life. They spent the next hour gathering water, their movements slow and deliberate. They were learning the first, brutal language of this new world, the language of hunger. Everything was either eating or being eaten, and they were a new, slow, and soft-skinned delicacy on the menu. As they prepared to move on, searching for a more permanent shelter, Anna suddenly stopped. She pulled her hand free from Cole and stood very still, her head cocked to one side as if listening. "Lana?" Cole asked. She didn't answer. She walked to the edge of the jungle, her gaze fixed on a particular spot in the dense foliage. She pointed. "Friend," she said, her voice small but clear. Cole, Javier, and Soren exchanged a look of alarm. Cole raised his club, moving to stand in front of the child. "What is it? What do you see?" The bushes rustled. A figure emerged, not with the terrifying invisibility of the hunter from the night before, but with a slow, hesitant sadness. It was the weaver. The creature was horrifically wounded. One of its 4 arms was torn from its socket, and a massive, gaping wound in its side oozed the same black fluid Cole had seen in the tower. Its elegant, terrifying movements were gone, replaced by a pained, awkward limp. It had somehow survived the island's destruction, a fellow castaway just as broken as they were. It was not acting aggressively. It dragged itself a few feet from the jungle and collapsed, a low, chittering sound of agony coming from its throat. Its sightless face was turned toward them, a silent, desperate appeal. It had followed their scent, not to hunt, but for some other reason he couldn't comprehend. Javier raised his pistol. "Finish it," he hissed. "No, wait," Soren said, holding up a hand. Her eyes were wide, not with fear, but with a dawning, impossible realization. She looked at the dying creature, then at the child who was watching it with an expression of pure empathy. "It's biology. It's carbon-based, but its cellular structure is silicon-laced for strength. That's what the webbing is," she mumbled. "But the neural pathways, they aren't independent. They're designed to link. A hive mind. That's why the phase ones were so chaotic. They were individual drones cut off from a queen." She looked at Anna, her voice dropping to a whisper of awe. "She's a telekinetic, but that's not all she is. She's a psychic transmitter, a hub. She's what the project was always trying to create. A queen. That creature isn't here to hunt us. It's a soldier, broken and dying, and it has crawled across a hostile world to find its command." Chapter 17. A New Command. Javier kept his pistol aimed at the crumpled form of the Weaver, his knuckles white. "I don't care what it is, Doc. It's a monster. It killed people. Let's put it out of its misery before it changes its mind." "He's right," Cole agreed, his own grip tightening on his club. His instincts screamed that this creature, wounded or not, was a threat. Every fiber of his being wanted to smash it, to finish the war that had started on the island. But Anna stepped forward. She walked past Cole, her small form fearless, and approached the dying monster. "Anna, no!" Cole yelled, reaching for her, but she was already too close. The Weaver, sensing her approach, lifted its head. A low, pained chittering emanated from its throat. It was not a sound of aggression, but of supplication. Anna reached out a small, hesitant hand and gently touched the creature's smooth, bark-like head. The moment her fingers made contact, something shifted in the air. The low hum of the jungle, the constant, subaural vibration, focused and intensified around them. Cole felt it in his teeth. Soren gasped, taking a step back. The connection was not just in Anna's mind. It was a palpable force, a wave of pure psychic energy that washed over them. Anna's eyes began to glow with that same soft, silver light from the boat. She was not panicking. She was not angry. Her expression was one of intense concentration and deep, profound empathy. She was communicating. She was listening. Images, fragmented and chaotic, flooded Cole's mind. He didn't see them with his eyes, but felt them, a psychic backlash from the connection. He saw the sterile horror of the lab, the pain of the needle, the lonely madness of the padded cell. He felt the creature's terror during the outbreak, its confusion, its mindless drive to follow its base programming. Hunt, trap, build. He felt its agony as Maya's knife sliced its arm, its instinctual rage as it fought Zane. And he felt its terror as the world ended in a flash of white light. and the pain of its broken body washing up on this strange, hostile shore. He saw through the creature's senses its first moments in this jungle. He felt its fear as it was hunted by the invisible, leaf-skinned predators, and he felt its one driving instinct to find the signal, the one beacon of familiarity in this alien world, the psychic hum of the child, the signature of its queen. The vision ended, leaving Cole gasping, his head pounding. He looked at Soren and Javier. Their faces were pale, their eyes wide. They had felt it too. Anna removed her hand. The glow in her eyes faded. She looked at the weaver, then turned back to the humans. "It is hurt," she said simply. "It is alone." The weaver, its duty done, its final report delivered, let out one last, soft sigh. Its long, broken limbs curled inward, and the light in its multiple, small eyes faded. It was dead. A heavy silence fell over the small clearing. The creature they had feared, the monster they had fought, was just a soldier, lost and dying, looking for its commander. A commander it had found only in its final moments. She's a nexus," Soren breathed, her voice filled with awe. "Her psychic abilities aren't just kinetic, they're communicative. She can bridge the gap," she understood it. Cole looked from the dead monster to the small child who stood beside it, her expression one of quiet sadness. He was beginning to understand. The chimeras, the phase ones and twos, they were all part of the same grand, horrific experiment. They had been designed to be weapons, but the foundation of that design was connectivity, a psychic network, and Anna was the master key. This changed everything. They were not just four survivors, they were a pack. A mismatched, broken pack, but a pack nonetheless. And they had an alpha, a small girl with the power to command monsters and move mountains. "We can't stay here," Cole said, his voice quiet but firm. His perspective had shifted. Their survival was no longer just about hiding. It was about controlling the assets they had, and their greatest asset was the child. "We need a real fortress," he continued. "Not a cave, a place we can defend, a place where he nodded toward Anna, will be safe." Javier, his pistol now lowered, nodded in agreement. The psychic contact had shaken him to his core. He no longer saw the weaver as a simple monster. He saw it as a casualty, just like the guards who had died in the outbreak. They were all victims of the same project. They left the body of the weaver where it lay and continued their journey inland, but now with a new sense of purpose. They were no longer just fleeing. They were searching for a home, a throne room for their unlikely queen. They found it near dusk. It was a place where the jungle gave way to a series of jagged, black, volcanic spires that clawed at the sky. Tucked between three of these spires was a natural amphitheater, a deep, defensible bowl of rock with only one narrow entrance. It was a natural fortress. From a high ledge, they would be able to see for miles, to watch the approaches. As they entered the rocky bowl, Anna stopped again. She looked up at the highest of the rock spires. "Others," she whispered, "like him." She pointed back in the direction where the weaver lay. "They are sleeping. They are waiting." Soren's eyes followed her gaze. "My God," she breathed. "The other subjects. If the weaver survived the blast, it's possible others did too. Washed ashore, scattered, wounded, dormant." A new, terrifying, and powerful idea began to form in Cole's mind. They were not alone. The other chimeras, Zane's pack, the failed monsters from the menagerie, they could be out there. But they were no longer Zane's to command. Their queen was here. "Can you wake them?" Cole asked Anna, his voice low. Anna looked up at him, her expression serious. She nodded slowly. "I can call," she said, "if they are listening." The implications were staggering. They could build an army of monsters commanded by a child, led by a soldier, a scientist, and a guard. An army to fight back against the silent, invisible hunters of this new, savage world. It was a mad, desperate, and terrifying gamble. It was the only chance they had. Cole looked at the natural fortress, then at his small band of survivors. "Let's get settled," he said, his voice filled with a new, hard-edged authority. "Then we send the call." Chapter 18. The Throne of Basalt. Their new home was a bastion of black rock. The amphitheater was larger than it looked from the entrance, 100 yards across, its floor a carpet of the same soft, glowing moss. A thin trickle of water, filtered through the volcanic rock, ran down one wall and collected in a clear, deep pool. It was a self-contained, defensible world. They spent the last hour of daylight securing the entrance. There was no door to bar, so they created a choke point, rolling heavy, jagged rocks into the narrow passage until only a small, easily guarded gap remained. It was grueling work, and it left them exhausted, their muscles screaming in protest. But as the last rock settled into place, a sense of security, fragile though it was, settled over them. Javier took the first watch at the entrance. Cole climbed to the high ledge that overlooked the bowl, carrying Anna with him. From here, they could see the bizarre, moonlit canopy of the jungle stretching out below them like a vast, alien sea. Soren remained by the pool of water, her scientific mind captivated by the strange, phosphorescent algae that grew within it. "This is the throne," Cole said quietly, more to himself than to the child. He looked out at their new kingdom of shadows and silence. "It's quiet," Anna whispered, her small voice full of a strange resonance in the open air. "They are afraid." "Who is afraid?" Cole asked, looking down at her. "The hunters," she replied, her gaze distant. "They do not like the rock. The hum is wrong here. It hurts them." Cole felt a surge of hope. Their fortress was not just physically defensible, it was psychically hostile to their enemies. They had stumbled into a sanctuary. He looked at the small child beside him. She was the key to everything. The thought of what he was about to ask her to do made him feel like the worst kind of monster, no better than Soren or Zane. He was about to use a child as a weapon. "Anna," he began, his voice hesitant. "The others, the ones who are sleeping, can you feel them?" She closed her eyes. The silver glow began to emanate from her, softly at first, then growing in intensity. The air around them grew heavy, charged with the same energy from the command tower. But this time it was not rage. It was a calm, deliberate, reaching power. A signal, a call. "They are broken," she whispered, her eyes still closed. "So much pain. They are hiding in the dark, in the deep water. They are dreaming of the cage." "Can you tell them they are free?" Cole asked, his heart pounding. "Can you tell them their queen is here?" Anna nodded, a single slow movement. "I can try," she said. She took a deep breath. She did not shout or scream. The call was silent, a pure, focused wave of psychic energy that erupted from her, washing out over the jungle below. It was not a command but an offer, a promise of sanctuary, a call to arms. Cole felt the power of it slam into him, a wave of homesickness, of loneliness, of fear, and then beneath it all, a single, clear note of hope. He stumbled back, steadying himself against the rock wall. The call rolled out across the jungle, over the black sand beaches, and into the dark, churning ocean. For a long time there was nothing. The only sound was the wind whistling through the rock spires. The glow around Anna faded, leaving her looking small and frail. The effort had cost her dearly. "Did it work?" Cole asked, his voice barely a whisper. Before she could answer, a response came. It was not a sound but a feeling, a faint, distant, psychic pulse from the north. It was weak, confused, but it was there. It was followed by another from the east near the coast, then a third from deep within the jungle to the south. They were answering. The broken, scattered remnants of Project Chimera were waking up. Down below, Javier shouted from the entrance, "Cole, you need to see this." Cole carefully helped Anna down from the ledge and they rushed to the entrance. Soren was already there, her face a mask of disbelief. Cole peered through the narrow gap they had left. The jungle was alive with movement. Shapes were emerging from the trees, drawn by the call. The first to arrive was a pack of 3 carcass crawlers, their gaunt forms loping and unnatural. They stopped at the edge of the rocks, their black, beady eyes fixed on the entrance, their expressions not menacing but lost. Then came something else, a creature Cole had only seen dead. A shrieker, its long limbs moving with an eerie silence, its sightless face tilted toward the psychic echo of its new master. It was followed by a lumbering phase two they had called Dante, the man whose hands could secrete boiling chemicals. He was wounded, his face scarred, but he was alive. They were not fighting each other. They were not hunting. They were drawn by a singular purpose, an instinct they couldn't deny. They were coming home. One by one, the broken monsters of Isla Perdita emerged from the jungle and gathered before the entrance to the rock fortress, a silent, grotesque, and powerful army. They were waiting for their orders. Cole looked at the assembled creatures, then at the small, tired child beside him. The war for the island was over. The war for this new, savage world was about to begin. And he, Cole Matthijs, the control subject, the baseline human, was now the reluctant general of an army of monsters, serving a psychic queen in a basalt throne room at the end of the world. Chapter 19. The Muster of the Lost. The first light of dawn revealed the full, terrifying extent of their new army. The clearing outside their fortress was a congress of nightmares. The 3 carcass crawlers paced restlessly, their hungry eyes scanning the jungle. The lone shrieker clung to the side of a rock spire like a gargoyle, its head twitching at every sound. Dante sat cross-legged on the ground, his scarred hands resting on his knees, his expression sullen and wary. More had arrived during the night. 2 Phase 2 inmates Cole didn't recognize, both bearing the scars of survival, and a grotesque, lumbering thing that looked like a failed experiment in splicing a man with a wild boar, its face a mass of tusks and bristly hair. They were a broken collection of weapons, a menagerie of pain and rage, all drawn to this single point by Anna's silent call. They did not fight. They did not interact. They simply waited, a tense, simmering potential for violence held in check by the child's invisible authority. Inside the fortress, the mood was equally tense. "This is insane," Javier said, peering through the gap in the rock wall. He had not slept. His face was pale, his eyes wide. "We're building an army of the things that tried to kill us. How do we know they won't just turn on us?" "Because she is the only thing holding them together," Soren said, her voice a low, intense whisper. She was observing the gathered creatures with the detached fascination of a biologist discovering a new ecosystem. Their base programming, their instinct is chaos, predation, but Anna provides a new signal, a stronger one. She is their anchor, their alpha, their queen. They will not harm her, and by extension, they will not harm us as long as we are part of her court. "Her court," Javier scoffed. "We're her zookeepers, and the cages are open." "We are her generals," Cole said, his voice cutting through Javier's fear. He was standing over a patch of smoothed-out sand, drawing a crude map of their surroundings with the tip of Maya's knife. "We have an army. We have a fortress. Now we need a strategy." He looked at Soren. "You said the invisible hunters dislike this rock, that the hum is wrong for them. Why?" Soren walked over, her mind clicking into place. "The rock is basalt, high in iron and other magnetic metals. The creature you described, the one that mimics the jungle, it likely has some form of bioelectrical sense, a way to read the natural energy fields of its environment to aid its camouflage. This massive deposit of metallic rock could disrupt that sense. It might be disorienting, even painful for them. To them, our fortress is a patch of blinding static." "So they won't attack us here," Cole mused. "Good, that gives us a base to operate from." He drew a circle on his sand map representing their fortress. Then he drew a winding line. "The stream, the water source, it's our biggest vulnerability. We can't defend it from here. We have to go out to get it." "Send them," Javier said, nodding toward the creatures outside. "Let the monsters get the water." "No," Cole said firmly. "We don't know if we can control them that precisely. We don't know their limits. For now, they guard the perimeter. We do the work. We show them how the pack operates. I'll go. Javier, you stay here. Guard the entrance. Soren, you stay with Anna. Keep her safe. That is your only priority." The roles were set. They were no longer just survivors. They were a command structure. Cole prepared for the journey. He took 2 of the hollow bamboo stalks for water and holstered the pistol. Before he left, he knelt in front of Anna. She was sitting by the pool, watching the strange, glowing algae swirl. "I'm going to get water," he said to her. "I need you to do something for me. I need you to tell them," he gestured to the creatures outside, "that I am one of us, that they should not harm me." Anna looked up at him, her gaze serious and ancient. She nodded. She didn't speak, but Cole felt a subtle shift in the air, a soft, psychic hum that passed from her, through the rock wall and into the assembled monsters beyond. It was a message. "He is mine. Do not touch." Cole took a deep breath and squeezed through the gap in the rock wall. He stepped out into the clearing, into the midst of the waiting chimeras. The air was thick with a palpable tension, the smell of wet fur and old blood. The creature that looked like a boar snorted, turning its head, its small, piggy eyes fixing on him. The carcass crawlers paced, their long tongues lolling out. Cole's heart was a frantic drum, but he forced himself to walk calmly, deliberately. He did not show fear. He was the Alpha's hand, the Queen's soldier. He walked through the center of the grotesque assembly, and they parted for him, their strange eyes following his every move. None of them made a hostile sound. Anna's command was absolute. He reached the edge of the jungle and glanced back. The fortress of black rock stood stark against the sky, a jagged crown on this alien world. His army of monsters watched him go. He was their general, walking into enemy territory on a mission to fetch water. The absurdity of it all was a cold, hard knot in his gut. The journey to the stream was different this time. He was not just prey moving in fear. He was a predator moving with a purpose, but he was not alone. He sensed movement in the trees around him, a silent, parallel journey. The invisible hunters were there. They were stalking him. He could feel their presence, a subtle pressure on his senses, the same feeling he'd had in the cave, but stronger now. They were curious. This small, soft-skinned creature who had hidden in their painful, static-filled rocks was now walking boldly through their territory. He reached the stream and knelt, filling the bamboo tubes, his eyes constantly scanning the opposite bank. He saw the shimmer in the air. One of them was there, standing just at the tree line, watching him. It was a silent, cold standoff. Hunter versus hunter. Cole finished filling the tubes. He stood up slowly. He looked directly at the spot where the creature was shimmering. He raised a hand, not in threat but not in greeting either. It was a gesture of acknowledgement. I see you. The creature did not move. Cole turned and began the walk back, his every nerve on fire. He did not run. He walked with the steady, measured pace of a man who refused to be prey. He could feel the creature's unseen eyes on his back the entire way. It was testing him, sizing him up. He returned to the fortress, his heart pounding. He had succeeded. He had brought back water. He had faced the enemy and walked away. It was a small victory, but in this new world it was everything. As he slipped back through the gap, Javier looked at him with wide, relieved eyes. I thought you were dead. Not yet, Cole said, handing him a tube of water. He looked out at their army. They were still there, still waiting. They had held their ground. Anna's command had held. This could work. This insane, monstrous alliance could actually work. But as dusk began to fall, a new sound echoed through the jungle. It was not the clicking of the native hunters. It was a roar of pain, fury, and a chillingly familiar, arrogant power. Soren, who was examining a sample of the black sand, dropped it. Her face went pale. No, she whispered, it's not possible. Cole knew that roar. He had heard it in the command tower. He had heard it on the docks as the world was ending. Somehow, impossibly, Zane had survived, and by the sound of it he was close, and he was very, very angry. Chapter 20. The Other King. The roar echoed again, closer this time, a raw, serrated sound that tore through the relative quiet of their camp. It was a sound of pure, untempered rage, and it sent a ripple of agitation through their grotesque army. The carcass crawlers began to pace more frantically, and the tusked boar man let out a low, answering grunt. They recognized the roar. It was the call of their former alpha. "He's alive," Javier breathed, his face losing what little color it had. "How is that even possible? We saw him go into the water." "He was always the pinnacle of the project," Soren said, her voice trembling as she backed away from the entrance. "Enhanced strength, speed, and cellular regeneration far beyond lasers. The heat from the core breached the pressure. It might not have been enough to kill him. It might have just changed him, accelerated the process." Cole stared out into the darkening jungle. He could feel it. A new psychic signal, a discordant, angry slash of red against Anna's calm, silver hum. Zane was not just alive. He was broadcasting his fury, a challenge to Anna's dominion. "He's calling to them," Cole said grimly. "He's trying to take them back." The effect on their new recruits was immediate. The Phase Twos, Dante and the two others, stood up. They looked conflicted, torn between the new, calming authority of the Queen and the familiar, brutal command of the Wolf. Dante took a hesitant step toward the jungle, then stopped, shaking his head as if to clear it. Anna, who had been sitting quietly, stood up. Her small face was set in a determined frown. She walked to the gap in the rock wall unafraid. She placed her small hands on the rock and the silver glow emanated from her, stronger than before. It was not a call this time, but a shield, a declaration. "They are mine." The assembled monsters visibly relaxed. The tension eased. The tusked creature settled back onto its haunches. Anna's signal was cleaner, purer. Zane's was raw, filled with pain and hate. For now they chose the Queen. Zane roared a third time, a sound of pure frustration, and then there was silence. He was smart enough to realize a direct psychic challenge wouldn't work. He would try something else. "He won't give up," Cole said. "He'll come for her. He knows she's the key." "We have the high ground," Javier argued, his confidence returning slightly. "We have our own monsters. Let him come. We'll finish him for good this time." "It's not that simple," Soren countered, her eyes wide with a new, dawning horror. "You're thinking of him as a man. He's not. He's a biological weapon. What if he's not the only one who survived? What if others from his pack made it ashore? Lazar, Quint, they were devoted to him." Cole's blood ran cold. An army of chimeras led by Anna versus an army of chimeras led by Zane. A war of monsters with this strange, alien world as their battlefield. The thought was staggering. The night passed in a state of high alert. Every shadow, every sound from the jungle could have been Zane, but he did not appear. He was biding his time, consolidating his power, planning his attack. The next day, they discovered what that plan was. Cole and Javier went on a water run together, leaving Soren to guard Anna and the fortress. As they neared the stream, they found the carcass of the six-legged deer creature that the lily pad had killed the day before. Or rather, what was left of it. It had been picked clean, the bones scattered, but something was wrong. There were tracks all around the kill, not the tracks of the invisible hunters. These were different, heavier, more familiar. And there was something else. Scrawled on a large, flat rock in what looked like blood was a single, chilling symbol. A wolf's head, crudely drawn with a crown above it. Zane's mark. He's building his own pack, Javier whispered. He's rallying them, hunting, getting stronger. He's sending us a message, Cole said. He's claiming this territory. He's declaring himself the other king of this jungle. They filled their water tubes in tense silence and hurried back to the fortress. As they approached, they could hear agitated sounds from within. They squeezed through the gap to find the camp in a state of low-grade panic. "What happened?" Cole demanded. Soren pointed a trembling finger toward the back of the cave. The two unfamiliar Phase 2 inmates who had answered Anna's call were gone. "They just left," Soren said, her voice strained. "A few minutes ago. They stood up, looked at each other, and just walked out into the jungle. Anna tried to stop them, but she said the other call was too strong for them. It promised them something she couldn't." "What?" Cole asked. "What did it promise?" Anna looked up at him, her eyes filled with a sad wisdom. "Freedom," she said quietly. "He does not ask them to be still. He tells them to hunt. He tells them to be what you made them." The last line was a dagger in Soren's heart. She flinched as if struck. Zane wasn't just challenging Anna for control. He was offering a different philosophy, a different way of life. Anna offered sanctuary, a quiet defense. Zane offered liberation, the freedom to embrace the monster within, to give in to the violence and the hunger. He was building an empire based on the very principles of this savage, new world. And his ideology was seductive. It was a poison that could pull their own fragile army apart from the inside. They were no longer just waiting for an attack. They were in a war for the hearts and minds of their own monstrous soldiers. Chapter 21. The First Defection. The defection of the two Phase 2s sent a tremor of instability through their small community. The remaining chimeras were restless. Dante, the chemical thrower, spent hours staring out at the jungle, his face a mask of conflict. The shrieker kept emitting low, agitated clicks, and the carcass scrawlers paced the perimeter like caged, starving wolves. Anna's authority, once absolute, now had a rival. The air in the rock fortress was thick with the psychic static of the competing signals. "We are losing them," Soren stated, her voice grim. She had been observing the creatures for hours. "Zane's signal is crude, but it's appealing to their base natures. Anna's call is for order and community, concepts that are alien to them. Zane is offering them a return to the chaos they understand. It's a powerful lure." "So we fight," Javier said, slamming a fresh magazine into his pistol with more force than necessary. "We find his camp and we end this." "We don't know where he is," Cole countered, his mind racing. "We don't know how many he has with him. A direct assault is suicide. We need intelligence." His eyes fell on the shrieker clinging to the rock spire. It was a scout, an auditory hunter. Its senses were far beyond their own. He turned to Anna. "The flyer," he said, using a simple name for the creature. "Can you ask it to look for the others, to find the angry king?" Anna closed her eyes, focusing. A silent command passed between child and monster. The shrieker on the wall twitched. It detached itself from the rock and with a silent flap of its leathery wings launched into the air. It circled their fortress once, then shot off into the jungle, a silent, gliding specter against the gray sky. "Now we wait," Cole said. The waiting was a unique form of torture. Hours crawled by. Every roar from the jungle, every strange bird call, could have been a sign of the Shrieker's demise or Zane's approach. Dante continued his brooding, and Cole had to post Javier near him, a clear message that any further defections would be met with force. The fragile peace of their sanctuary was fracturing. It was late afternoon when the Shrieker returned. It landed silently on the spire, its sightless face turned toward Anna. It began to emit a series of complex, rapid clicks and whistles. It was a report. Anna listened, her head tilted, her brow furrowed in concentration. "He is in the metal cave," she said finally. "The one that smells of the sky fire." Cole and Soren exchanged a look. "The plane," Soren breathed. "The wreckage of the transport plane that brought us here, it must have crashed inland." "It's made of metal," Cole thought aloud. "That would disrupt the native hunter's senses just like these rocks. He's found his own fortress." He looked at the Shrieker again. "How many?" Anna listened to another burst of clicks. "The two who left," she said, "and another, a fast one with claws." "Jax," Cole growled, "one of Zane's most loyal. So he had 3 with him now. A small pack, but a dangerous one." "And something else," Anna added, her voice dropping. "The angry king. He is not just hunting the deer, he is hunting the silent ones." The meaning hit Cole like a physical blow. Zane wasn't just killing the local fauna for food. He was actively hunting and killing the invisible mimetic predators. He was establishing his dominance, proving to his pack that he was the true alpha of this jungle, stronger than even its native monsters. It was a brilliant, terrifying strategy. "He's consolidating his power," Soren whispered, horrified. "He's eliminating the competition and proving his own superiority. He's running for election, and his campaign is murder." That night the pressure on their camp intensified. Zane's psychic roar was a constant presence at the edge of their hearing, a siren song of violence. Dante was on his feet, packing the length of the clearing, his hands clenching and unclenching. Cole knew he was close to breaking. He had to do something. He couldn't afford another defection. He needed to remind his army why they were here. He needed to give them a purpose beyond just waiting. He walked over to where Dante was packing. The big man was tense, his body coiled like a spring. He could project a stream of boiling chemicals from his palms. He was a walking war crime, and he was a hair's breadth from leaving. "Zane is offering you a hunt," Cole said, his voice calm and even. Dante stopped, turning to face him, his eyes narrowed. "He offers freedom, not hiding in a cave." "Freedom to do what?" Cole countered. "To kill until something bigger and stronger kills you. That's not freedom, that's a death sentence. We faced that on the island. Look where it got us." He gestured around their camp at the small pool of clean water at the fortified walls. "This is a home. This is a future. Zane offers you a glorious death tomorrow. We are offering you a difficult life, starting today." He then looked at Anna, who was watching them, her small face serious. "She is not a warden, she is a leader. She offers a pack that protects its own. Zane's pack only protects the alpha. The moment you are weak, he will let the others devour you. You know that's true. Dante's gaze flickered to Anna. He remembered the chaos of the island, the brutal, simple rule of the strong. He had been strong, but he had also been terrified. Anna's presence was a balm, a quiet harbor in the storm of his own violent nature. His shoulders slumped slightly, the tension in his body eased. He gave a slow, reluctant nod. He was staying for now. Cole had won the battle, but the war was far from over. He had given a speech and appealed to reason, but he knew that in a world this savage, reason was a fragile shield. The only thing that would truly secure his army's loyalty was a victory. He looked out into the hostile darkness. They couldn't wait for Zane to come to them. They had to take the fight to him. They had to hunt the hunter. Chapter 22. The Scent of Metal. The decision to go on the offensive was a heavy one. It meant leaving the relative safety of their static-filled fortress and venturing into a world where everything was a potential threat. But inaction was a slow death, a war of attrition for the loyalty of their monstrous soldiers. Cole knew they had to prove that their pack was the stronger one. Their war council was a strange affair. A soldier, a scientist, and a former guard, all taking advice from a small, psychic child. "We can't match Zane's brutality," Cole said, packing in front of his sand map. "We can't offer the thrill of the hunt he can, so we have to offer something better. We have to offer a victory against the real enemy." "The silent ones," Soren breathed, understanding immediately. "The native hunters. If we can kill one, something Zane has already done, it proves our pack is just as strong. It proves Anna's leadership is effective not just for defense but for conquest." "Exactly," Cole said. "We hunt the hunters, we take a trophy, we bring it back. We show our army that we are the dominant power on this island." It was a dangerous gambit. They would be deliberately seeking out the most terrifying predator they had yet encountered. Javier was pale, but he nodded his assent. The fear was still there, a constant companion, but it was now tempered by a grim resolve. He was no longer just a survivor. He was a soldier in a strange new war. The key, as always, was Anna. "The flyer saw where the angry king lives," Cole said to her. "Can it show us the way? And can it find the silent ones for us?" Anna closed her eyes, and a moment later the shrieker detached itself from its perch on the rock spire. It did not fly off, but landed silently in the center of their clearing. It stood before them, its sightless face tilted, awaiting its orders. The other chimeras watched, their strange eyes filled with a new level of attention. This was not a passive command to guard. This was an active deployment. "He will show us," Anna confirmed. The war party was small and specialized. Cole would lead with his combat experience and the pistol. Javier would come, his second gun a necessary asset. They would leave Dante and the other chimeras to guard the fortress under Soren's supervision, with Anna as their psychic anchor. Their most powerful weapon would be the shrieker, their eyes and ears in the dense, hostile jungle. They set out at dawn. The shrieker did not fly but moved on the ground ahead of them, a silent, loping scout. its long limbs carrying it gracefully over the twisted roots and alien foliage. It would periodically stop, its head tilting, emitting a series of low-frequency clicks that bounced off the trees, painting a sonic picture of the world around them. The journey was a nerve-shredding exercise in tension. They were moving through territory that they knew was actively patrolled by invisible enemies, but the Shrieker's presence changed the dynamic. Its advanced senses were a powerful deterrent. Several times it stopped, letting out a low, guttural hiss at a particular patch of jungle. Cole and Javier would raise their weapons, their hearts pounding, only for the Shrieker to eventually relax and continue on. It was detecting the native hunters, and its presence, the presence of a rival predator, was making them cautious. They were being stalked, but they were not being ambushed. After 2 hours of tense hiking, the air began to change. The sweet, cloying scent of the jungle was replaced by a faint, metallic tang, the scent of aviation fuel and burnt wiring. They were getting close. The Shrieker led them to a ridge overlooking a deep ravine. It stopped, its head cocked, and emitted a series of soft clicks, pointing with one of its long, clawed arms. Cole and Javier crawled to the edge and looked down. The ravine was a massive scar in the earth, carved by the crashing impact of the transport plane. The wreckage lay in 3 large, twisted pieces, a monument to their former world, and moving among the wreckage were figures. Zane was there, his powerful form unmistakable even from a distance. He was directing the others, Jax and the 2 defectors, as they dragged the carcass of a large, lizard-like creature into the fuselage. They were fortifying their position, building a larder. Zane's camp was organized, efficient, and predatory. "There are 4 of them," Javier whispered, raising his pistol to take aim. "We could try to take them from here." "No," Cole said, pulling him back. "The range is too great. We'd be lucky to hit one and then they'd know we're here. We're not here for him, not yet." He looked at the Shrieker. "The others, where are the silent ones?" The Shrieker turned its head, its attention shifting away from the ravine and toward a dense thicket of the metallic, copper-barked trees to their left. It let out a single, sharp click. An answer came from the thicket, a faint, almost inaudible rustle. The hunters were here. They were watching Zane's camp, just as Cole and Javier were. They were observing the new, rival pack that had invaded their territory. This was their chance. The 2 predator groups were focused on each other. It was the perfect opportunity to turn their own hunt into an ambush. Cole looked at Javier, a silent question in his eyes. Javier understood, and with a grim clench of his jaw, he nodded. They left the ridge, circling around, letting the Shrieker guide them in a wide arc toward the thicket. The creature moved with an unnerving stealth, its every step deliberate. It was no longer just a scout. It was a hunting dog leading them to their quarry. It stopped behind a massive, fallen log, its body tensing. It pointed with its claw. Cole and Javier peered over the log. 20 yards away, half hidden behind one of the copper-colored trees, stood one of the native hunters. It was perfectly still, its attention fixed on the ravine below. Its body was a shimmering, almost translucent mosaic of leaves and light. Cole could see now how it worked. The creature's skin seemed to absorb the light and patterns around it and project them, creating a near-perfect optical illusion. It was beautiful and utterly terrifying. Cole slowly, silently raised the pistol. He steadied his breathing, his grip sure. This was not like the shot in the pipe. This was a hunter's shot. He aimed for the center of the shimmering mass where he guessed its torso would be. He squeezed the trigger. The shot was a thunderclap in the tense silence. The shimmering distortion wavered violently. A patch of it turned a dark, oily black like spilled ink. The creature let out a sound for the first time, not a roar or a shriek, but a high-frequency, electronic squeal like a damaged speaker. It was a sound of pain and system failure. It stumbled sideways, its camouflage flickering, revealing glimpses of the pale, slender, alien form beneath. It was wounded badly, but it wasn't dead. It turned, its featureless head fixing on their position, and then it did something unexpected. It fled. It crashed through the undergrowth, its camouflage failing completely now. A panicked, wounded animal, leaving a trail of black ichor on the leaves behind it. After it, Cole yelled, vaulting over the log, "Don't let it get away." The hunt was on. They crashed through the jungle, following the trail of black blood, the shrieks of the wounded creature echoing ahead of them. They had drawn blood. They had proven the hunters were mortal, but now they had to finish it. They had to bring home a trophy. Chapter 23: The Price of a Trophy. The chase was a desperate, adrenaline-fueled scramble through a world designed to kill them. Thorns like fishhooks tore at their clothes, and vines snaked around their ankles, trying to trip them at every step. The wounded hunter was fast, even injured, its long, loping strides carrying it through the dense undergrowth with an alien grace. Its electronic squeal of pain was their beacon, guiding them through the twilight of the jungle floor. The shrieker easily outpaced them, a silent, gliding shadow that flitted through the trees, tracking their quarry with its superior senses. It would periodically let out a sharp click, a directional marker that helped Cole and Javier correct their course. "It's heading for the rocks," Javier yelled, his lungs burning, his face beaded with sweat. "It's trying to get back to its own territory." He was right. The creature was leading them toward a region of the jungle where the ground became steeper, rising into a series of canyons and ravines formed of the same dark rock as their fortress. It was a landscape of sharp edges and deep shadows. They cornered it in a narrow, dead-end canyon. The creature was backed up against a sheer rock face, its camouflage completely gone now. It was a tall, impossibly thin being, its pale skin covered in a complex network of fine, fiber-optic-like lines that pulsed with a faint, dying light. Its black, oily blood dripped from a ragged hole in its torso. It was cornered, and it was terrified. But cornered things are dangerous. It turned to face them, its featureless head tilting. The electronic squeal stopped, replaced by a low, humming thrum. The air around it began to shimmer again, not with camouflage but with a palpable, kinetic energy. The small pebbles at its feet began to levitate. "It's like Anna," Javier breathed, his eyes wide. "It's a psychic." "Not psychic," Cole corrected, his pistol still aimed at the creature. "Kinetic, a defense mechanism." The creature raised its long, slender arms, and a volley of sharp, fist-sized rocks ripped from the canyon wall and hurtled toward them. They dove for cover, the rocks splintering against the stone where they had been standing. The shrieker, perched on the canyon rim above, let out a piercing shriek. It wasn't an attack, but a focused sonic blast that hit the creature like a physical blow. The wounded hunter staggered, its concentration broken. The levitating rocks fell to the ground. "Now," Cole yelled. He and Javier broke from cover, firing in unison. The bullets slammed into the creature's thin body. It convulsed, its limbs thrashing, the light in its fibrous skin flickering wildly before extinguishing completely. It collapsed in a heap, a strange, silent puppet with its strings cut. A profound silence fell over the canyon. It was done. They had done it. They had hunted the hunter and won. Javier approached the body cautiously, prodding it with the toe of his boot. It was still. He let out a long, shaky breath of relief. "We did it," he said, a note of disbelief in his voice. "We actually did it." Cole walked over to the body, his adrenaline beginning to fade, replaced by a cold, professional assessment. "We need proof," he said. "Something to take back." He looked at the creature's long, three-fingered hand, which ended in sharp, obsidian-like claws. He used Maya's knife to saw through the thin wrist, the cartilage parting with a grim, wet crunch. He held up the severed arm, their trophy. The shrieker glided down from the canyon rim and landed beside them. It tilted its head at the dead creature, then at Cole, and let out a series of soft, approving clicks. The hunt had been successful. The pack was strong. The journey back was slow and grim. The weight of the trophy, the severed arm of a creature that was both a monster and a sentient being, was a heavy burden. The victory felt hollow, the price of it measured in bullets and blood. This was what survival in this new world required. It required becoming a monster yourself. When they arrived back at the fortress, the sun was beginning to set. The assembled chimeras turned as one as they approached. Cole walked into the center of the clearing and held the trophy aloft for all to see. A low, guttural cheer rose from the assembled creatures. Dante let out a roar of approval. The carcass scrawlers yipped and howled. It was a primal, terrifying sound of victory. They had shown their strength. They had proven their dominance. Their loyalty, for now, was secure. Cole's eyes met Sauron's over the heads of the celebrating monsters. Her face was not triumphant. It was filled with a deep, sorrowful understanding. She knew, as he did, that this was not just a victory. It was a transformation. They were adapting to this savage world, but in doing so, they were losing a piece of the world they had left behind, a piece of their humanity. That night, as Cole took the first watch, Anna came and sat with him. She did not speak, but she took his hand, the one that was not holding the pistol. Her presence was a small, warm anchor in the growing darkness of his own soul. He looked out at the jungle, at the strange moon hanging in the sky. He had wanted to give his new pack a victory. He had succeeded. But as he sat there, he felt a new, creeping fear. Zane had been hunting these creatures too. And if Zane was as smart as Cole thought he would know that one of them had been killed by something other than himself. He would know that another pack was hunting on his territory. Cole had not just won a trophy, he had sent a message. He had thrown down a gauntlet, and he knew with a chilling certainty that Zane would answer the challenge. The war was no longer a cold one. Blood had been spilled, and more would surely follow. Chapter 24: The Parley of Kings. The response came 3 days later. It was not an attack, it was an invitation. The Shrieker on its morning patrol returned with something clutched in its talons. It dropped the object in the center of the clearing. It was a piece of salvaged metal from the plane wreckage, twisted into the shape of a wolf's head. A token. Attached to it was a strip of leather, and burned into the leather was a simple map, showing a location halfway between their fortress and Zane's camp. A clearing marked with an X. "A parley," Soren said, her voice a tense whisper as she examined the token. "He wants to talk." "It's a trap," Javier stated flatly. "We go out there and his pack ambushes us." "Probably," Cole agreed, his eyes fixed on the crude map. "But why? He has the advantage in aggression. He could just launch an all-out assault." "Because of the trophy," Soren reasoned. "We killed a native hunter. That makes us a credible threat, an equal. A direct assault would be costly for him, and his hold on his own pack might be as tenuous as ours. He doesn't want a war of attrition. He wants a resolution." "Or he wants to get Anna," Javier countered. "He knows she's the center of our pack. This is a ploy to draw her out." Anna, who had been listening quietly, spoke up. "He is not calling for me," she said, her gaze distant. "He is calling for the soldier. He wants to talk to the other king." The words sent a chill down Cole's spine. Zane didn't see him as an inmate or a nuisance anymore. He saw him as his counterpart, the leader of the rival faction. "I have to go," Cole said, the decision solidifying in his mind. "That's suicide," Javier protested. "You can't trust him." "I don't," Cole said. "But if we refuse to meet, it's a sign of weakness. It will erode the confidence our own pack has in us. It will show them we are afraid. We have to meet him on our own terms." The terms were set. Cole would go, but he would not go alone. He would take Dante with him, a clear show of force, a powerful piece from his own monstrous chessboard. Javier would remain behind in command of the fortress. The Shrieker would shadow them from the sky, their overwatch. And Anna would be their psychic link, a silent presence in his mind. They met in the designated clearing, a place where the jungle gave way to a field of ash-gray dust, likely from some ancient volcanic eruption. It was a neutral, dead space. Zane was already there. He was not alone. At his side stood Jax, the feral, cat-like Phase 2 and one of the defectors. Zane himself looked different. He was leaner, harder. The wounds he had suffered in the tower had healed into a network of jagged scars. He was dressed in scavenged hides and metal, a true barbarian king. He held no weapon. Cole and Dante stopped on the opposite side of the clearing, 20 yards away. The air crackled with tension. "Mathis," Zane said, his voice a low, gravelly rumble. "I'm impressed. Killing a shadow stalker is no small feat. I almost didn't believe it until I found the body. So that's what they were called." "We adapt," Cole replied, his voice calm. "Just like you." "Indeed," Zane said, a slow, predatory smile spreading across his face. "Which is why we are here. This island, this world, it is too small for two alphas, two packs. It is inefficient. So you want to surrender? Cole asked, a deliberate prod. Zane's smile widened. I want to propose a merger, a unification. Your pack is defensive. Mine is offensive. Together, we would be unstoppable. We could clear this entire territory of the native filth in a month. We could build an empire. And who would lead this empire? Cole asked, though he already knew the answer. I am the Alpha, Zane stated simply, without arrogance. It was a fact to him. I am stronger, more suited to this world, but you are a capable general. You would be my right hand, and the child, the psychic nexus. She would be the heart of our new nation. The revered God Queen, protected, honored, but her power would be guided by a firm, logical hand. Mine. It was a tempting offer, a path to peace, a way to end the conflict and secure their future. Cole could see Dante shifting beside him, considering it. And what about the humans? Cole asked. Soren, Javier. Zane's expression hardened slightly. The doctor is a useful resource, a scientist in our new world. She would be valued. The guard is a relic, a fossil. He serves no purpose. He would be discarded. The weak do not have a place in the world we will build. There it was, the brutal, simple calculus of Zane's philosophy. There was no room for compassion, no place for weakness. Cole thought of Javier, who had fought and bled alongside him. He thought of Rorik, who had sacrificed himself for a child he barely knew. He thought of his own humanity, the part of him that was not a soldier or a general, but just a man trying to do the right thing in a world gone mad. No, Cole said, his voice ringing with finality. Zane's smile vanished. You would choose weakness. You would choose a losing war for the sake of a useless guard and a broken scientist. I choose my pack, Cole said firmly. All of my pack, not just the strong ones. Zane stared at him for a long, silent moment. The air grew heavy. I thought you were a survivor, Matthijs, he said, his voice low and filled with a sudden, chilling disappointment. But you are still just a prisoner of a dead morality. He turned to Dante. And you, do you stand with the sheep or will you run with the wolves? Dante looked from Zane's powerful, confident form to Cole's grim, unyielding one. He looked back toward the direction of the fortress, where his new queen, his new home, was waiting. He had made his choice days ago. He stood his ground beside Cole and said nothing. Zane nodded slowly, as if accepting a painful truth. So be it, he whispered. He raised a hand and made a sharp, cutting gesture, a signal. He had lied. He was not here to talk. He was here to end it. The ground around Cole and Dante erupted. Three shapes previously invisible rose from the dust. Shadow stalkers. It was an ambush. Zane had not just been hunting them. He had been tamming them. Chapter 25. The War of Two Packs. The ambush was perfectly executed. The three shadow stalkers materialized from the ashen ground, their forms coalescing from the dust itself, a testament to Zane's terrifying new level of mastery over this world. They were not just allies, they were his hounds. Cole didn't have time to think. He reacted. He shoved Dante sideways, breaking them out of the kill box as the stalkers lunged. Their obsidian claws sliced through the air where they had been standing. "Dante, left flank! Hold them!" Cole roared, opening fire with his pistol. The bullets sparked against the tough hide of the lead stalker, staggering it but not stopping it. Dante, recovering his balance, did not hesitate. He faced the two stalkers charging his position and thrust his palms forward. Two streams of viscous chemicals shot from his hands, combining in midair. The mixture ignited upon contact with the lead creature, which burst into a shroud of blue-white chemical flame. It let out a high-frequency squeal of agony, thrashing wildly as the fire consumed it. Zane and Jax did not join the fray immediately. They stood back, watching, letting their hounds do the work. Zane's face was a mask of cold fury and calculation. This was a test, a demonstration of his power. Cole emptied his clip into the third stalker, forcing it back, its kinetic shield flickering under the barrage. He was reloading, fumbling with the spare magazine when Jax made his move. The feral phase 2 was a blur, closing the distance between them in a heartbeat, his claws extended. Suddenly, a black shape dropped from the sky. The Shrieker, their silent overwatch, slammed into Jax, its talons sinking deep into his back. The two creatures tumbled to the ground in a screeching, clawing whirlwind of feathers and fur. The battle had been joined. It was pack versus pack, chimera versus chimera. Cole, his pistol reloaded, turned his attention back to Zane. The Alpha was finally moving, striding through the chaos, his eyes locked on Cole. He was coming to finish this himself. But as he advanced, a new presence entered the battlefield. It was a silent, psychic wave of cold fury that washed over the clearing. Every creature, chimera and stalker alike, flinched. Lana. She was not there in person, but her mind was. She was broadcasting from the fortress, a queen commanding her troops and striking at her enemies. The stalker that Dante was fighting suddenly recoiled, its featureless head turning as if looking for a new threat. The psychic assault disoriented it, breaking its attack. Dante seized the opportunity, dousing it with another stream of his chemical fire. Cole felt Anna's presence in his own mind, not as a voice but as a feeling of focus and strength. "Fight," the feeling said. "We are with you." He raised his pistol and fired at the last remaining stalker, which was menacing Dante. His shot, guided by a new, preternatural calm, struck the creature in one of its thin legs, crippling it. Zane saw his advantage collapsing. His hounds were dead or dying. His best soldier was locked in a life-or-death struggle with a flying horror, and his own mind was being battered by the psychic presence of a child miles away. He let out a roar of pure, frustrated rage and charged Cole, abandoning all strategy for pure, brute force. Cole stood his ground, firing his last few shots into the charging Alpha. The bullets might as well have been insect bites. Zane barely slowed. He slammed into Cole like a freight train, sending the pistol flying. They went down, grappling in the ashen dust. Zane's strength was overwhelming. His hands closed around Cole's throat, squeezing the life out of him. Cole's vision began to tunnel, the gray dust of the clearing turning black. He was going to die. Then, through the haze of his fading consciousness, he saw Dante. The big man had finished his stalker and was now turning to help him. But Jax, having managed to slash his way free from the Shrieker's talons, intercepted him. The two Phase 2s engaged in a brutal, desperate battle. Cole was alone. Zane was going to crush his windpipe. Not alone, Anna's presence whispered in his mind, "Use the gift." A memory surfaced. The combat knife, Maya's knife, still tucked into his belt. He had forgotten it. With the last of his strength, his fingers fumbling at his side, he drew the blade. He didn't have the strength to stab, only to push. He drove the point of the knife upward into the soft tissue under Zane's jaw. Zane roared, a sound of shock and pain, and his grip loosened. Cole gasped for air, shoving the blade deeper. Zane stumbled back, clutching the knife embedded in his throat, a look of utter disbelief on his face. He tried to speak, but only a wet, gurgling sound came out. He was the Alpha. He was the future. He was not supposed to lose. He staggered, his powerful body finally failing him. He fell to his knees, his eyes still locked on Cole, filled with a burning, eternal hatred. Then he collapsed, face first, into the gray dust of the dead clearing. A stunned silence fell. Jax, seeing his Alpha fall, let out a grief-stricken howl and disengaged from Dante, fleeing into the jungle. The last, crippled stalker dragged itself away, its electronic whimpers fading. It was over. Cole lay on the ground, gasping for breath, his body a symphony of pain. Dante stood over him, battered and bleeding but victorious. The Shrieker landed beside them, its feathers ruffled but alive. They had won. The war of two packs was over. The other king was dead. Chapter 26. The Scars of Victory. The journey back to the fortress was a slow, grim procession. They carried no trophy this time, only the deep, aching wounds of their victory. Dante had to support Cole for the last mile, the soldier's body having finally given out. The Shrieker flew above them, a silent, watchful guardian. When they emerged into the clearing before their fortress, the assembled chimeras parted for them, their strange eyes filled with a new kind of respect. They had not just seen their pack's champions return. They had felt the victory through Anna's psychic broadcast. They had felt the death of the rival Alpha. There was no more conflict, no more competing signal. There was only the Queen. Soren and Javier rushed out to meet them, their faces etched with anxiety and hope. When they saw that Cole was alive and that Zane was not with them, their relief was palpable. They spent the next week recovering. Soren, using her limited medical knowledge and strange jungle herbs, tended to their wounds. Cole's throat was badly bruised and he spoke in a low rasp. Dante's chemical glands were strained and his hands were covered in painful blisters. But they were alive. Their pack was whole. The victory had solidified Anna's rule. Her command was now absolute, an unquestioned authority that brought a strange, new peace to their monstrous community. The chimeras, freed from the psychic turmoil of two alphas, settled into a new routine. They were no longer just a waiting army. They were a pack, a society. The carcass scrawlers became their scavengers, dragging back the carcasses of strange creatures for food. Dante, under Cole's careful guidance, learned to use his abilities defensively, creating chemical barriers that deterred predators. The tusked boar man, whose strength was immense, became their engineer, moving rocks and reinforcing their fortress. The Shrieker was their undisputed eye in the sky, their early warning system. They were building a civilization in the ruins of their past, a bizarre but functional community of humans and monsters. But the victory had left scars, not just on their bodies but on their souls. Cole would often wake in the night from nightmares of Zane's hands around his throat. He had killed a man, a monster, a king. He had become the thing he had fought against. The line between soldier and murderer had blurred into non-existence. Soren, too, was haunted. She looked at the creatures she had made, not as failures or successes, but as people. She saw the intelligence in Dante's eyes, the loyalty in the Shrieker's silent vigil. She was their creator, their mother, and the weight of her sins was a heavy burden. One evening, as Cole sat watch on the high ledge, Soren climbed up to join him. They sat in silence for a long time, watching the two strange moons rise over the alien jungle. "We did it," she said finally, her voice quiet. "We survived, we won." "Did we?" Cole asked, his voice a gravelly whisper. "Look at us, Lena. We're ruling over an army of monsters. We're killing the native life to secure our territory. We're living in a cave at the end of the world. What did we win?" "A chance," she replied, her eyes fixed on the horizon. "That's all anyone can ask for, a chance to build something new, something better maybe." She looked at him, her expression serious. "What happened back there? It wasn't just about survival, it was a choice. You chose compassion over brutality. You chose to protect the weak. That's what makes you a leader, Cole, not the fact that you won the fight, but why you fought it." Her words settled in his heart, a small, warm ember in the cold darkness of his guilt. Maybe she was right. Maybe it wasn't the end of their humanity, but a new, difficult beginning for it. Down below, in the center of their stone fortress, a soft, silver light began to glow. Anna was sitting with the chimeras. She was not commanding them. She was comforting them. A low, psychic hum of peace and contentment washed over the clearing, a lullaby for broken monsters. She was healing them, not just their bodies, but their minds, soothing the rage and pain that had been programmed into them. Cole watched her, and for the first time in a long time he felt a flicker of something that was not fear or rage or guilt. It was hope, a strange, terrifying, and beautiful hope. The world was a savage, alien nightmare, but they had a fortress. They had a pack. They had a queen who could sing monsters to sleep. It was not the life any of them had chosen, but it was their life, and they would face it together. Chapter 27: The New World. Years passed. The seasons in the New World were long and strange, marked by periods of torrential, purple rain and long, dry spells under the heat of a sun that was just a little too white. The survivors adapted. They endured. They built a life. Their fortress, which they came to call the Spire, became a true settlement. Under Soren's guidance, they learned which plants were edible, which woods were best for building, and how to create primitive forges to shape the metal salvaged from the plane wreck. The chimeras, under Anna's calming influence, evolved beyond their base programming. They were no longer just soldiers. They were members of a community. Dante became their master craftsman. his control over his abilities now so fine that he could use them to weld metal and shape rock. The Carcass-crawlers, once feared, became their loyal hounds, their keen senses invaluable on hunting parties. Cole was their undisputed leader. The title of general or king was never used. He was simply Cole, the one they looked to for decisions, the one who planned the hunts and organized the defenses. He trained Javier to be his second in command, and the former guard grew into a capable and wise leader in his own right. The scars of their past remained, but they were woven into the fabric of who they had become. And at the heart of it all was Anna. She was no longer a child, but a young woman on the cusp of adulthood. Her power had grown with her, blossoming from a raw, chaotic force into something refined and profound. She was the heart and soul of their community, the psychic nexus that bound human and chimera together. She was their priestess, their diplomat, and their ultimate defense. She learned to communicate with the native life, forging a tense but stable peace with the remaining shadow stalkers, who came to recognize her as a dominant power in the jungle's complex hierarchy. One evening, Cole stood with her on the high ledge, the same place he had stood on that first, terrifying night. They looked out over the valley. In the distance, they could see the smoke from their forges, the organized clearings of their small farms, and the glint of the setting sun on the lookout posts they had built on the surrounding spires. They had not just survived, they had thrived. "Do you ever think about it?" Cole asked, his voice the familiar, gravelly rasp it had become. "The world we left behind." Anna turned to him, her eyes, which still held a faint, silver luminescence, were filled with a wisdom far beyond her years. "It wasn't our world, Cole," she said softly. "It was their world. The world of the labs, the cages, the lies. This," she swept a hand over the valley below, "is our world, the one we built." A new generation was being born in the spire. The first children of the survivors, human children who grew up playing with young carcass-crawlers and learning to hunt from Dante. They knew nothing of Earth, of prisons, of the horrors that had created their parents. To them, this strange, beautiful, and dangerous world was the only one that had ever existed. Cole looked at the faces of his people, human and chimera alike, gathered around the central fire. He saw Soren, laughing as she explained a principle of botany to a tusked boar man. He saw Javier, sparring with a young Phase II, teaching him discipline and control. He saw families. He saw a future. The project had been a monstrous failure, a testament to the hubris and cruelty of their former world. But from those ashes, something new and unforeseen had risen. A new kind of humanity, a new definition of a pack. Cole put his arm around Anna's shoulders, and together they watched the twin moons rise over their savage garden. The silence of the jungle was no longer terrifying. It was the sound of home. The hum was no longer a threat. It was the rhythm of their own strange and beautiful life. The experiment was finally over. The survivors were free. The end.